Alright guys, welcome to the Android 515 Cup number 16 Global Edition for all of you guys who are struggling to read. Our stream will of course be starting up soon, but we'll not keep you waiting too much longer. We're just waiting for our first match to roll in. Keeping our delightful admins up and ready. Of course, before we do get started with that, let's take a quick look at who we've got today. Let's make sure we're looking at the right things. There we go. Right, let's pop ourselves across to the bracket. The infamous bracket. So, up at the top of things we have Shadow of Death with their exceptionally exciting looking name. I'll just make sure I've got the music in here as well. What's music? So just making sure you guys have got music for this because it would be a shame if you didn't. Let's get that in here. There we go, got a little bit of music to go behind my voice. Please do let me know if the volume is a little bit wonky. So yes, anyway, back to what we were talking about. So Cup number 16, I think we have an enormous amount of teams playing today. I'm just have a quick check on how many there are. Because there's more than one or two. Let's see, checked in contestants, we have 48. Wow, that's crazy. Hey, Pro Noob, nice to see ya over on the YouTubes. Let's see about walking ourselves through a team. So, Shadow of Death going to get a bye through into the round of 32, which I'm sure they're very grateful for. Princess Universe will take on Monster Army, which is some pretty great names. Imperio Inca will take on Dark Nation, with the winner of that going to take on Winner ESL, who have an interesting name, certainly aspirational. Delta Forces team will go through and face off against the winner of Veteran 69 Malaysia against Only Pi Pro? Gosh, that's going to be confusing. Gaming Blood will take on the Wolves, and the winner of that will go on to take on Team Leyendas. So as we got it's because we've got that a little bit of a random number of teams in here today, so that's why we've got so many buys coming through. Anyway, next on, so the winner of Delta Forces 1 and Galaxy will face off against Pro.dz.iq. I'm not even sure what that's referring to, but hey, let's keep going. The Unknown and Ronin will compete to face off against the Walrus Clan. Excellent name, of course. GNX Gaming will go up against ADR Crew to take on Cerber. I'm just like, while I'm going for this, I'm just going to make sure. Okay, we're still waiting on the first match. Skadoosh will take on Creed before facing off against Bagulho Doido? I honestly, I don't even know what Doido. Words fail me. Blah. Oh boy, it's a long bracket today. The Avengers will get their pass through to face off against My Bullet, Your Head, or Alpha? I think that's the team names. Yes, Alpha with a few extra bits and pieces on there. Tamer La Pute, which I'm assuming is some kind of swearing, so I'm glad to have said that on stream. Taking on Done with Humans, who will then go on to face Legends. So we'll get a lot of this bracket kind of coming together past this first round. Hardcore will be watching the match between EST and Furious Indians because they'll be facing on the winner there. Oh boy, let's just keep going. Great to see so many of you guys playing today, but it's honestly a little intimidating. Hello, I'm Death. We'll take on Jantu Lundi Nabs. Gosh, that's a long name. And Los MVP are waiting for them in the round of 32. Bad Boys will be watching Funky Monkey and Army of Darkness take on each other. SL Team will take on We Are Bangladeshi, with Uranus Team waiting for them. Barangel Dale will take on Savs Nation and the winner of Savs Nation and Hydrogen X. Phew, we've nearly made it. Pro Man and Assassin will go against each other to take on Kill Switch. Kill Switch. And just like that, as we reach the end of the bracket, just like magic, we're going to have our first game, which will be PY Pro taking on Only PY Pro taking on Veteran 69. So let's see if we can find that in the list. Let's see. We'll do it way up here, I think. I'm gonna feel very silly if I go right past it. No, there we are. so let's pull up our first match of the day, and I'll bring ourselves into there. Please let me know if there's any volume adjustments that need to be done, because I won't be able to hear the stream. So it's entirely possible that I may end up making things a little bit too loud or too quiet, but please do let me know either way. Well, we've got 4 giveaways, and we've got in response to Haxer's question over, or MC5 to Haxer, over on the Mob Crush Players' question. Of course, as has been advertised, there will be multiple giveaways during the course of today. We will wait to do the first one because we haven't got 4, we've got a whole load of matches. But let's have a look. So, we've got... I'm just going to quickly duplicate this one. Let's go for the bracket. So, we've got 4 giveaways. I guess we'll do the first giveaway when the round of 32 is completed and we've got round of 16 matches coming in. And the first giveaway, because you asked, will be on Mob Crush. Hey Enerib, nice to see you in there as well. Great to see some familiar faces coming through as well. I think Joker, though I think that's supposed to be such a common name that perhaps I don't know who Joker is. But anyway, so let's get ourselves across to the in-game, and we'll just watch and learn as these 2 teams get ready for themselves. Let me update our teams because I don't think these are going to be remotely up to date. So let's have a look. So only Pypro have. Let's see. We're looking for a player called Milk. No, Jozcut. This is basically how I figure out who's on which team. Oh, there we go. Only Pypro. Ooh, hello. What's happened? They've all gone. Feeling a little shy, perhaps. Okay, we'll have to figure out what's going on. I'll let my admins know that. Let's see. Gosh, so yes, I don't know quite what happened there. Initially, we were looking like we're going to have the teams turning up. Well, we've really got one of them. So, V69 does seem to be over there. I'm just checking to see if maybe this... Let's see, Scramble Team Battle, is this the right thing? Let's have a look. Team Battle Scramble, yeah, looks like the first game they're supposed to be playing. Let's put ourselves back across to here for a second. There's not too much to see. So it looks, yeah, we've got the right map. I'll just have to, let's see. I'm gonna have to, I think I'll just jump back out of here, and I think a alternate game has been set up. Whew. So yes, I do apologise for the confusion. Sometimes, especially at the start of these tournaments, there's a lot of things going on. So it's quite easy for a team to get confused about stuff. But let's get back into the lobby. To Haxel, MC5 to Haxel, why do I work at the weekends? Because that's when the tournaments are. Right, let's get our correct team names in here, because I'm pretty sure that these guys on the left are only Pypro. So let's get that all set up. There you go. Skadoosh. So only everyone left. Veteran 69. So I guess a V69 seems reasonable. I'm sure you guys enjoy the sound of me typing. But be assured it's at least for a good cause. There you go. All updated, all ready to go into the game. It looks like the players are slowly making their way in. It's worth noting that I haven't got all of the information about this, but there's, we'll at least go with what we can see on the main page. So let's bring ourselves up another iteration of that while we pop back over. So the prestige smart weapons have been banned for, I believe, going forward. So, if any of you guys are concerned about the ability to get shots without any particular drawing, any particular aiming, then that won't be an issue in this particular tournament. But it looks like we are starting to get the guys drifting into there. MC5 to Haxel. The first giveaway won't be for a little while, but it will be once we get through to the round of 16. So I'd imagine it will be probably about maybe an hour from now. Possibly a little less, it depends how things go. The tournaments can vary wildly from, you know, from going straight through to sometimes there will be a lot of stuff going on. So we'll see. Centric Pro, somebody loves me. Oh, Anna, you do make a good point. Of course, during the course of these things, because I'm all by myself, I'll need all of you guys' support as much as possible. So, in my fevered brain, the best way to accomplish that is to make duck noises. So if you guys could throw some duck faces all across all the chats, they would help me feel a little bit more connected to you guys, and perhaps I will even quack back to you if the occasion does call for it. Impact sucks. Gosh. I'm all in favour of controversy in the chat. But yeah, I mean, the impact grenade restriction could well be back when it was much more powerful, and I suspect it's probably just going to be one of those things that's sort of been left over. But hey. Concussion grenades all the way, baby. So having a little bit of a delay, I'm just going to have a quick look and see what's being said in the chat, and you guys can see with me. Read the rules. Let's have a look. What's going on? Okay, there's a couple of missing players. Two missing players for V69. Hey, Coach and Femi. Nice to see yous. Yes. I think you'll have to work, if you're on YouTube, you'll have to work around Nightbot as far as spamming goes. Because Nightbot is a little bit flighty when it comes to these things. I think what we might do, because we haven't got all our players here, which is no fun at all. So I think what we might do instead is pop back out of this lobby and see if we can get another one. Let's see. Have they gone already? Yes, they have. Okay, that's no good. Okay, for the time being then, we'll just have to wait on this next one. Between Pi and VL69, looks like we've got 8 players in there, so a little weird. If we don't get anywhere with our first match, which it's seeming like that's a distinct possibility, what we'll do instead, just to give you guys something to do, is we'll start up a custom game and let you show your skills on the field of battle. I think V69, I saw them talking in the chat saying that they wanted to go 3v5. I'm not sure that's actually an option, but I'll keep an eye on our admin chat and see if we get any updates in that regard. It has been a while since we've had any real movement from the V69 guys, so I suspect we might end up as just a disqualification anyway. So, with that in mind, why don't we just create a game instead? So this will be our first custom game of the day. And let's do it on conversion. Team battle looks all groovy. Alright, so there we go. Let's get ourselves transition across. So ESL 123 will be our pass key for our very first custom game of the day. It's going to be team battle this time around. I'll be spectating because my skills on Android are truly atrocious to the point of being, there's very little point me being in the game except as a bullet sponge. So please do come and show yourselves off. Jose Benitez, you'd like me to give a shout out? Well, if you come in, is this a bad, have I chosen a bad map? Oh boy. What map should I choose, Anarup? Is conversion not a good one for team battle? I like it, but pro noob to you too. I hope I have got the, let's make sure this is all showing correctly. There we go. Finally got some people coming in. Anarup, who was saying that they didn't like conversion, we can definitely do the custom on a next map. But great to see you guys filtering in. Johnny Cruz CX, bye. Well, thanks for dropping in, even if it's only for a moment. Peter, how do you know as well it's because of Hacksaw? I wouldn't necessarily say I know you particularly well, but I'm glad that you are coming to the stream. Pro Noob. Oh boy, Pro Noob. I sympathise, I really do. You've got to, you got to keep up appearances. Can't be, seen to be playing Modern Combat 5 all the time. But I would encourage you to do it on the sly if that's what your situation requires. K's, great to see you quacking away. Oh man, way nearly full. Great start to things today. Haven't got any update on the actual tournament matches, so instead we'll just get started. Wow, we've got so many players who actually haven't got room for everybody. Well, you can join me on the spectate. And let's get us started. Alright, let's see how we do in our very first team battle. Hopefully, we're going to get some crazy action to compensate for the lack of our first match. Of course, we will have plenty of matches during the course of the day, so don't worry. I'm just going to put this in a slightly easier to... Where's the best place for this? I'm not really sure. Actually, honestly, I think up here's fine. Alright, so let's see how we're doing. First of all, we've got a lot of players on the red team, not so many on the blue. So for any of you guys... oh, Segar, are you asking for the link to the tournament page? I can certainly provide you with that. But if you're not, then hey. Alright, so back to proceedings. As we can already see, the red team are all running all over the blue team. I think we need some of you guys to join in with ESL 123. Oh no, that's right. I think some of the players are a little late to the table. But Anonymous over on the red team has been tearing things up, along with a Japanese player whose name I cannot even begin to pronounce. But 5 and 4, a pretty impressive record so far. Blue team getting out of the gate at all. It was a 5v5 originally, but now it's become a 6v6 because there's so many people wanting to play. But hey, there's nothing too bad with that. Let's see if we can find that #1 player there with a cracked skull. Okay. Oh wow. Okay, yep. Well, this is one of the Japanese players, I believe, who is absolutely destroying things so far. We do occasionally get some of the tournament level players coming in, but sometimes we just get some players who are perhaps looking for a team looking for a chance to really make themselves felt in a competitive scene if one of these teams are watching. Still, it's not completely one-sided. Butterfly, is a little... Let's take a look at him at the moment. Seems to be throwing grenades into the wall. I'm not sure if that's necessarily the most crazy strategy. Yes, there will be a lot of OP weapons in this mode because there are no restrictions on these custom games. They're just all the silliness all of the time. Okay, I'm just gonna check something. I think we might have a pass key for Creed versus Skadoosh. Should be pretty cool. I'm just making sure that is the case before we drop out things. As you guys will know, that the... Okay, yes, that is what's going on. So, unfortunately, we'll have to drop out this one early. But congratulations, of course, to our Japanese player with 14 kills and 7 deaths. Very impressive. Anonymous as well with 10 and 4. Butterfly and the Japanese player on the blue team. Very well performed as well. But we'll have to take a short break while we get set up for our next game. Hey guys, sorry for keeping you waiting. We're just trying to get another game set up for all of y'all. But unfortunately, it seems like circumstances are meaning to interfere. But we will, of course, endeavour to do our best. The game we're looking to try and bring you is Creed versus Skadoosh, as has been mentioned before, but it seems like the lobby which they apparently have set up is a little bit more elusive than I'd hoped for. So, we might have to try something else. Tech Breaker, guys, my team is fighting while you're not streaming. I'm not sure which team your team is. But we're doing our best to try and bring a game of some variety. Unfortunately, right now, it doesn't seem to be working terrifically well. I'll give it a couple of minutes to... okay, looks like they've got a new passkey for the game. There we go. Oh no, Tommy, the Nightbot is really a YouTube thing for us. Okay, so, I believe... Let's see, let's just make sure we've got the right team. Creed versus Skadoosh. I'm gonna quick check and see who is on each team. And I'll put you guys across to the screen so you can just keep an eye. So it looks like we're just missing one player. Let's see if I can find our particular players, because there's just so many of you guys. Gosh. There we go. Skadoosh versus Creed. Okay. So who's on the Creed's team? CD Creed? Let's have a look. Rabbit? I'm not seeing any rabbits. Josu David? Anyone there? Nope. Rajnish? Okay. So Creed are over on the blue side this time round. So let's get that all changed over. There you go, Creed on the blue. And Skadoosh over in the red. Phew! Alright, I can only thank you guys for your patience so far as we take to the rooftops for our very first televised match of the day between Creed and Skadoosh. This first, I believe we're in actually map 2 if we're going onto the rooftops, so I'll have to have a quick check who won game 1. Because we're apparently in game 2. And I'll update you guys as soon as I can. But for the time being, let's take to the field and see how these guys do for game 2. Presumably, and I'll let you guys know when I do, this is going to be vital for one of these teams, but which one? Well, let's get ourselves started in here. A pretty nice start on things for Skadoosh, going up to 4-0 in the opening seconds of this match. Hey, Ultimate Eddie. Yes, this is on Android, which is pretty crazy, but it's pretty fun as well. Oh my god, Skadoosh are absolutely mauling Creed so far, up 9-0. Creed yet to get even a single kill in this game. Honestly, let's see if we can find the number 1 player. It's going to be Sun for Skadoosh, dropping in those dank laser beams. Oh my god, 14-0. Creed finally getting on the board, but good lord, it's been an absolute slaughter so far. I think we can probably safely assume that Skadoosh won the first game. Let's work on that. Oh, there's no in-game sound. Let's fix that. I do apologise. Thanks, Senator, for pointing that out. Should be all better now. Please let me know how the sound balance is, if it's too loud or too quiet, either way. So anyway, back to things. Skadoosh absolutely annihilating everything. Sun leading the charge. 9 kills, 0 deaths. So many untraded kills so far. Creed, oh my god. Well, finally we do see, I believe that's Sun's first death of the game. Yes, I think there's a possibility we could have seen a 50-0, which I think would be literally the first time I've ever seen it in my life. But no, not going to be this time. Creed are fighting back, managing to pick up a couple of kills themselves. Let's take a quick look and see. It's going to be Alf. They're all the same logo, so it's going to be a little tough to find them. Let's see. You Alf? No. It's going to be the on guy I couldn't click on. So, the big hope for Creed, even though honestly at this point there is very little hope for Creed, is going to be Alf, who's got 6 kills, which I think is the majority of his team's kills. But as much as Creed managed to kind of come alive a little bit in the closing seconds, it's really strange to be saying closing seconds of the match when we're not even gotten to the 4-minute mark yet. But, I mean, it is. I'm not sure if we're even going to make it to the 4-minute timer. Nope, we are not. Skadoosh absolutely destroying Creed. I think based on that performance alone, we can be pretty sure that Skadoosh won the first game, but hey, you never know. So let's return ourselves to the main menu and pop back across to the bracket screen. I'll just let our admins know. RF Inferis. This isn't from stream from a phone, it's being emulated on my computer, hence it might look a little bit different than you're used to. But hopefully it comes across well for you guys. I might reduce the resolution on this end just to make it a little easier to work with, but for the time being, let's get that music changed over so you have a little bit of variety in your tunes. But yes, Creed vs Skadoosh. It's firecrackers all day long. So, I'll just take a break for a brief moment while I check to see if we're going to have any more games coming up. If not, of course, then we'll hop back into doing customs, as we are wont to do. Please do stay tuned, and we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes. Alright, because I don't like to keep you guys waiting around too long, we're going to jump ourselves right back into a custom game once again. As always, the passkey is ESL123, and for today it's all Android all the time. So unfortunately for any of you players playing on iOS or PC, or all Windows in fact, you will have to sit this one out. But if you are an Android player, please do come and join in. This time around it's going to be a free-for-all taking place on Scramble. Hanner up. Hopefully I got that map right. Every possibility that I didn't. But hey, should be pretty fun. These free-for-alls tend to get pretty crazy pretty quickly. So please do come and show off your skills. Looks like on the admin side of things it's still just going on. Our giveaway will be a little bit later on because we're still in the first round. Once we got the second round progressed through, we will do our first giveaway on Mob Crush, which I'll give you the details of as and when the entry does open. Hey P, well, I'm going to assume it's how you say your name. Hey P, welcome to the game, being our #1 player. Perhaps you'll be our #1 player in a game skill. We have got another tournament game between Bagulho versus Skadoosh coming up, and as expected, Skadoosh were our winners last time around. So we might have to jump out, or in fact we'll almost certainly have to jump out this free-for-all early, but hey, that's just part of these custom games. We generally won't be able to show the entire game because there's a tournament going on and the tournament matches always have to take precedence. We're looking pretty good. Hopefully you can get up to a full 12. Don't want to wait too long, of course. You guys can still join in with the passkey ESL123. In fact, let's just get us started now. There's no reason why you can't just come and join in. So that passkey will stay up on the screen because you're still able to join in partway through. It's going to be pretty hard to win, honestly, coming in partway through, but hey, at least you can join in and perhaps play Kingmaker. Alright, let's choose the first person to get in, Dan, and we'll see how they do. So, passkey ESL123, please do come and join in if you're feeling like a good time on Android, only on Android for today. There are still a couple of spaces left in this free-for-all, so if you want to be part of things, do come and join in, show us what you're made of, and maybe even pick up a little bit of potential teammates during the course of it. Dan? Hey, we chose a good one to follow. Is already in the lead with one single kill. I wonder if this will be one of those free-for-alls which I've got dominated by one or two people, or if in fact it will be the more fun version, which is when the kills are spread around all over the place. Dan, sneaky beaky, coming up behind his opposition, taking a little while to take him down, but still, nicely done. Managing to hold on to that lead. My minimal knowledge of Japanese indicates to me that Dan's in some sort of Japanese named clan at least, but that's all I can really know about them. So I'm going to assume that, honestly I don't even know what I'm going to assume, but Dan is in the lead so far with only 1 death and 4 kills. Let's take a quick look across and see how everyone else is doing. I can't pronounce that guy's name, but Black Jaguar is 2 and 2. So, honestly, wow, we got really lucky to have actually chosen the best performing player. But what's this? We have, in fact, got our passkey. So, lamentably, we'll have to leave this field of battle. Too fast to last, I think, entirely the case. Entirely appropriate. So, let's take a quick break from that. Let's get you guys up some music. And let's get ourselves jumping into the next game. I do apologise for the sounds of my clicking and typing and things. I probably should try and figure out a way around that, but at least for today, rest assured that those are the sounds of me getting things done, and I will not do any unnecessarily. Let's see about this next game between Bagulho and... oh, excellent. and Skadoosh. So let's pop ourselves to the bracket for a second. Let's give this on a reload. There we go. Skadoosh versus Bagulho. Okay, so first one's going to be on a construction site. Let's see about the rest of things. So Skadoosh, can we remember who's on the Skadoosh team? That's a Nemo Pope Prime. I think last time I ended up looking at the other team. Let's have a look. Bagulho, who are, let's see, Mata Pombo. Okay, but Bagulho are on the red team this time around, so let's get that all switched around. Alright, that should be all updated. There we go. Bagulho. Oh man. It's not gonna go well as far as the having something sensible. I'm just gonna call you guys Bagulho. Bagulho? Oh. Honestly, if it's not an English word, your guess is as good as mine when it comes to how it's actually pronounced. But we seem to be getting our players in pretty darn quickly. So Skadoosh going to be over the blue side, and Bagulho over on the red. During the course of this second stage match, which will be our round of 32, because we've got so many teams here today, we will be seeing them take to the construction site for the first game, to the streets for the second, and if we make it all the way through to a third, it will be a rush mode on conversion. I looked just away for a second, and I could have sworn that there were more players in this here game than there were before. Hopefully we're not losing any. Sometimes you do see players go through and decide that they want to change out their bits and pieces just before the game starts, so that's been my usual explanation for why we sometimes see players just join a lobby, think about this, and then leave again. I'll let our admins know that we're in the lobby. That's the sound of me typing to them. So hopefully, oh, okay, we're up to 9 players, 1 more, and we've got ourselves a match in our hands. All sorts of things can happen in these games. We do sometimes see people decide to switch teams at last second, which is understandably a little bit disruptive, but I can understand how these guys can get a little bit impatient. I can only appreciate you guys for being patient with us while we do get this game started. But we're not very far off from doing that at all. There we go, let's get ourselves loaded in for our round of 32 first match. When this series is done, we'll be starting up our giveaway on Mob Crush. Mohammed Taleb, if you have any tournament questions, I would definitely recommend filing a ticket through the ESL Play page, because any answer which I give you will only be my best guess, and it's much better to get it directly from the admins themselves. Alrighty then, let's get started. Players dropping themselves in. We'll see how this one is going to go. I can see a few of you guys in the chat are excited about this match, and hopefully it will live up to your expectations. Skadoosh look like they occupy most of the south side of the map, while we're seeing Bagulho up in the top side, the northern parts. Very interesting to see. There we go. Black Easy, wow, doing work in this game. Let's see if we can find them. Picking up the first and second blood in a hurry. Nice maneuver from Bagulho to try and bring their team together in a small spot. But yeah, really nice. Pro Noob, what's the grand prize for winning the tournament? I'd have to double check for a second. Let's see. The winner for today will win 5,000 credits to spread between the team. So each of the giveaways we have today will potentially net you 500, so you can be a winner, just not on as grand a scale as these teams. I'll double check the as far as it's 5,000 per player or per team, but either way around it, we're getting started with Skadoosh managing to make a reasonably good comeback from a pretty rocky start. Musa has been the one making great use of the firecracker. Let's see if we can follow them for a bit. Oh, as they get immediately murdered. The second we want to look at them is the second that they die. But still, Musa has been doing really good work for Skadoosh so far, building up a pretty substantial lead. I think there is another member, Gur, for Skadoosh, who's doing pretty well for himself as well. Actually, it's Kovalik, who's actually in the lead right now, 5-2-3. Of course, in these team games, it's not all about the score, but managing to keep those deaths off the table as well. It's all well and good having a lot of kills, but Kovalik is currently 5-3, which I think their teammate. No, actually, to be fair, it's pretty much even across the board. So, cover kick. I take it all back. In fact, the strongest performance on Skadoosh. But Gerd doing a lot of work as well. Actually managing to take the lead. The other alien with the beret, making great use of the verb power. Turret's going to be coming in. Skadoosh managing to set themselves up pretty nicely with an 8-kill lead. A really nice kills being traded across. I thought that we might see it be a very even game, but so far, Skadoosh really cementing their lead, managing to pull ahead by 8. But perhaps we might see a turnaround. Certainly the start of the game was very different from what we're looking at right now. Gert stalking at their prey. But still, Skadoosh really pushing Bagulho onto the back foot, trying to make sure they don't get anywhere to start from. Really pushing them back in and trying to trap them in their spawn. It's a little risky. And it does look like Bagulho have managed to break the wall that divided them from the rest of the map and have managed to at least spread out a little bit and try and turn this huge slaughter that's in progress into something a little bit more even. Still, wow, Skadoosh with good grief, 18 kill lead right now. So far in this one, we've seen some really big mismatches as far as these numbers are concerned. But yeah, really impressive performance from Skadoosh. I'll take a note. So yes, this is only game 1, of course. So there's still a lot of time for Bagulho to come back and try and make something happen, but going off this game's performance at least, Skadoosh, honestly, terrifying. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing what happens when two of these very dominant teams come and face off against each other. Of course, with so many teams here today, there is inevitably going to be a pretty wide skill gap across all the teams. So, these early matches in particular are very much prone to having it be a lot more one-sided than we'll see later on. But yeah, a really nice game 1. Let's take a quick look at the scoreboard. So, 50-26. Ugh, that's crazy. Cover kick is probably going to be MVP for that one. But there is still a game 2 and perhaps even a game 3 coming up. So we'll take ourselves a quick little break before that happens. And we'll be back as soon as possible for game 2 of Skadoosh versus Bagulho. Okay guys, that's a little disappointing. We were hoping to have game 2 between Skadoosh and Bagulho Doido for you, but unfortunately the teams were so enthusiastic to get started. They started before I could actually get into the spectate slot. So for any of you guys know any of the players, please do remind them that our poor old streamers do need to get into the spectate, otherwise we end up being put on one of the teams, and that's not really a situation that we can really work from. However, we don't want to give you guys nothing to do whatsoever, so in the interest of finishing what we started, we're going to do another custom game. We'll keep an eye out in case we end up getting that game back. I suspect Skadoosh versus Bagulho will just kind of go ahead as it is, but in the interest of perhaps trying to finish off a free-for-all on Scramble, ESL 123 will be your passkey to fame and fortune. I'll just have a quick check across on our bracket and see how we're doing, because that last game which we were going to watch was going to be the beginning of the end of our second round of competition, which is our round of 32. So as soon as somebody goes through the round of 16, you can keep an eye on the bracket to see what that is, and I'll obviously show it on the screen as and when we come out with these custom games. Then we will do our first giveaway on Mob Crush, which is mobcrush.com/modern_combat5. So please do make your way across there if you're interested in our first giveaway, which will run into the end of that particular round. So usually about 20 to 30 minutes or so. That will be our first of 4 today, and we'll have one giveaway for each round following that. Alright, here we go. Black Jaguar. CSGO is better. Well, everyone's entitled to their opinions. I'm glad that you could join us today. Arifin Thirdos. Yes, sorry, I did see your note, but I forgot to reply to it. So this is being emulated rather than being from a particular Android phone. So it's still the Android client, but I am effectively streaming it from my PC. So yes, I've got all the horsepower that I need to give you guys the best possible experience. Alright, great to see a lot of you guys in here. Let's get... Right, there's a lot of things going on the admin side of stuff, but over on the custom game side of things, we've got a whole lot of players and a whole lot of love to show for you guys. Let's get ourselves started back onto Scramble for our free-for-all. Hopefully, Arifin, you heard what I said before, so I don't need to answer your question again, but I do appreciate that. Sometimes it can be a little easy to get your reply lost in the void. Alright, let's see how we get started. Do we have any familiar faces in here so far? I'm not sure. Got 4 people connected to start with, so let's see how they manage to do things. Hopefully we'll get lucky again, and we'll be able to have our top class player from the very beginning. Hey, Peter. It's not me, but Black Jaguar. That's a guy I know. Apparently very confident about his chances in today's proceedings. Let's see if we can give him a little bit of a follow for this game. I think... There we go. Ooh. MC5 to Haxel. There is no... as I said before, the giveaway will be the end of, or it was just about to start over on the Mob Crush page. So if you guys who are interested in that, please go across to mobcrush.com/modern_combat5, and the giveaway will be starting soon. Alpha Wolf X3, Blue Cup Finals. Interesting. if there's a giveaway, for any of you guys, if there's a giveaway which you're missing, they can take up to a week or so to come through. If there is anything, if it's longer than that, then please do let me know. Just put your dog tag in and your platform, and ideally what tournament it is that you won your prize from, and I'll get that passed across to be investigated. But yes, Black Jaguar in this free-for-all, not perhaps the performance that I was promised. We are getting set up as far as... so let's try and find our #1 player in this game. Fed up of T9. Yes, I do appreciate players using their names to get messages across. Arfin, I recommend. It does take some fiddling to get working, but I would recommend BlueStacks is a pretty good emulator for Mortal Kombat 5. Last I checked. The passkey is in lowercase, but the game is probably full right now, so that's probably why you're having trouble with joining it. We will, of course, be jumping back into our tournament games as and when we are able to. But for now, it's all about the custom games, and we'll see if CSGO is going to be is evidently still a pretty proficient Mortal Kombat 5 player as well. Oh, there we go. I just see Black Jaguar managing to get something off the back end of that one. Let's see. Alright, CSGO 11-8 in this game, pretty decent. Oh wow, Black Jaguar 11? Holy moly. They have really picked up the pace in this one. Honestly, I'm really surprised. But hey, perhaps we were a little over hasty in dismissing Black Jaguar's chances in this court. Of course, a lot of you guys may know Anna up very oh, I don't know quite what happened there. But yes, a very prolific, I don't want to say spammer, but a very friendly guy currently in our Mob Crush chat, who's doing pretty darn well for themselves after promising a big performance in these custom games. Doing pretty darn well considering they had a very rough start to proceedings. I think we might be about to see Legends taking on Tamer Laput, which I'm pretty sure is swearing. So thanks for that, guys. Way to keep it classy. Of course, there could be a so yes, there's a couple of minutes left on this CSGO, doing pretty darn well for themselves. I'm starting to think that that despite the protestations otherwise, that CSGO is in fact a very proficient Mortal Kombat 5 player. Certainly doing work in this game, good lord. There's of course a 30 kill limit. Apparently, so just to explain to you guys why we're having more of these custom games and tournament games, I've working very hard to make sure everything is working perfectly fine. So while they're all doing that, we will just have a little bit of fun, and apparently with CSGO we'll also stomp everybody into the dirt. Really nice play from them so far. Wow, Blazer though, where are they on the scoreboard? Oh, of course they're in third place with the Cupid's bow, or Cupid's sniper rifle, possibly. Lagging a little bit behind, managed to pick up a whole bunch of kills in a hurry. Of course, on this free-for-all mode, it's going to be a much different kind of setup than in most team games. So, different skill sets come to the fore. A lot of the time it's just in how well you can harvest kills from the enemy more than anything else, rather than the more developed strategies you might see in a team game. Just being in the right place at the right time means you don't necessarily have to be better than somebody to get the kill on them, you just need to be behind them a lot of the time. RFM, I'm using a custom emulator myself, so unfortunately you'd have to seek other options as far as streaming it yourself, but please do try all the different options. There are a lot of different Android emulators, so if you just try a few, I would definitely start with BlueStacks because I believe there's an official partnership there, but otherwise just keep trying until you find one that fits. Alright, Minal Aiden, nicely done, managed to squeak out that first place by a single kill against CSGO Speda. But all three, actually all four, all five top players, very similar scores with each other. Really, really nicely done. But enough about that for the second, because we've got another game starting in just a moment. We've got the pass key, and I'll bring you guys across as soon as I possibly can. Apparently it's going to be winner ESL versus Inca. Who's coming through? So let's not waste any more time and let's jump into that lobby. I'll double check to see if that's going to be a round of 16. Because if that is, that's going to be the start of our giveaway. Oh, excellent. Yes, they have. And we've had at least one person make it, or one team make it through to round of 16. So I will get the Mob Crush giveaway going. So I'll just jump into game where we're doing a few different things at the same time. But once I've got myself into the lobby and spectating, then we'll get all of those details for the Mob Crush giveaway given across to you guys. Gosh darn it! They did it again. Well, that's disappointing. I'm sorry for you guys. That the team was so enthusiastic that they couldn't wait to get into the game. That's too bad. That's a real shame. What we'll have to do is, I imagine, probably just try and find a different game. Excellent. You guys who are playing will come across ESL Sultan, who's doing a lot of the admin work for today. But yes, while we are waiting, let's get the giveaway details put up on screen. So let's get these updated. So, as I've been saying before, Mob Crush will be our first destination. And the hashtag will be, let's go with RO16. No, actually, RO32. So I'm just going to put that across to everybody. So this is our first giveaway of the day. Alright, great to see some of you guys over there. Don't worry, Gruff Lunatic. If you enter into RO 16 or RO 32, honestly, it's fine, as long as I can just find you easily. Let's see, so that's all going on fine. Let's make the giveaway a little bit bigger so people can read it. Oh, keep an eye. Okay, here we go. EST versus Hardcore will be our replacement game, and hopefully we won't have the same issue we had last time. I think there's might be a little confusion over the capitalization of the passkey. So for any of you guys who aren't aware, the passkeys I do believe are case sensitive, so we might be running into an issue there. So for any of you guys who are getting a little confused by the giveaway, Alpha Wolf, yeah, so Alpha Wolf, if you could put your details into the chat, Mob Crush chat, so whichever tournament it was that you won from, and your dog tag and platform, then we'll get that investigated for you if you're missing your reward. So for any of you guys watching who are confused, just go to mobcrush.com/modern_combat5 and enter hashtag RO32 to the chat, and then you'll enter yourself in for the giveaway for 500 credits. And I do apologise for that light flaming I gave you. It was only in jest. I apologise if I gave offence. MC5 to Hacksaw. Not a friendly and kind guy. I don't think that's quite how these things work. But hey. So yes, Alpha Wolf, I will be keeping an eye out for you putting your details in there so I can get them passed across and have those looked into for you. Because we do want to make sure that you get your credits in as good a time as possible. Anarope, you don't like me apologising? Apologising for what? I'm not sure. We're just waiting on the EST versus Hardcore passkey to come through before we get started in that particular game. Oops, I think I've lost my pen somewhere. MC5 to Haxel, you mean I'm not a friendly and kind guy? I certainly would never say that. I do not think... I possibly am just missing something here, but I certainly have never meant to imply that. Pyrush? Pyush? Normally I would be creating a custom game right now, but we're waiting for a passkey for the next tournament game. So there isn't too much point, because we'll just have to quit out of it straight away anyway. Oh, well, Gruff Lunatic, again, if you're missing any credits, please do just put the details into the chat and I'll get them passed along so someone can look into it for you. Because we do want to make sure that you're not doing anything, or not missing out on anything that you should be getting. I Wonder Kid Joseph over on Facebook. Android Cups will generally be once every 2 weeks, though sometimes we'll get preempted by the live finals, which will be live studio finals. Nothing as of yet. Oh, Anarup, you like a quack? Well, just a little quack for you. There you go. For any of you guys who aren't aware, duck faces, which is the using a colon and a capital V or a little v, is a great way to form. Let's see. Okay, Alpha Wolf, I'll get your details passed across. To Gameloft. XZ3. But yes, a moment of silence for Creed. That was a pretty brutal start to the proceedings for today. Let's see, just checking in that there's no one coming through. Yes, I do apologise, you guys. As I said before, I'll Gruff Lunatic. I will pass your details across as well. Gruff. Oh yes, I passed both of your details across. Gruff Lunatic and Alpha Wolf. The Quack is, yes, it's a little meme which we've been developing over a little bit of time. It doesn't make any sense, nor does it really have any connection to Modern Combat 5. But hey, who knows, really? Let's keep an eye out and see if they've ever remade that lobby. Doesn't seem to be the case. Alright. So once we're done with the next match, I'll do the draw for the giveaway on Modern Combat 5. Mob Crush / Modern _ Combat 5. Oh, looks like unfortunately there is a admin decision going on with the match which we're hoping to watch, which is a bit of a shame. MC5 to hack, so I can certainly pass along the what you're saying. You said that you previously took it up with the actual Hacksaw file before, but I've passed it across to Gameloft. There isn't anything directly I can do about it. All I can do is pass these across and hope that I can get sorted out for you. Okay, it's with there being a protest, I don't think we're going to get started anytime soon with that one. So instead, let's create ourselves a custom game. Let's do something a little bit different. Let's go back onto Scramble again, but this time let's do a different game mode that you may not be familiar with. I have 2 weeks fighting the case for Gameloft. Oh gosh, Gruff Lunatic, I do hope it works out. But yes, let's get ourselves across to the custom game. That's right, it's cargo mode! Welcome, you are deleted. You are in fact the fastest on the draw. So I hope you guys do enjoy something a little bit different. Something that may or may not have some similarity to modes from other games. But honestly, it's a really fun game mode, so yeah. Alright. I think, well, we'll keep an eye on how things are progressing. On the tournament side of things, but please do come and join in. ESL123 is your pass key to cargo goodness. You are deleted. It's the very first one here, but they can't play all by themselves. Dinesh K will be our number 2 player. There we go. Starting to get some of you guys in now. Kotan Femi, let's have a look. What were you saying? Let's see if we can find what you were saying. Noob? I'm not sure if that's a question. Maybe I've missed. Okay, I'm not sure what it is you were saying, but please do. MC5 to Hacksaw. I don't know if you heard me before, but the reason I'm not playing is because I'm atrocious at playing on Android. So there really is no point me playing with Hacksaw. conversely is actually a pretty competent player, I am atrocious beyond belief. So there's very little point in me playing the game because I really just don't add anything at all. But hey, great to see a few of you guys drifting in for some sweet cargo action. For any of you guys who aren't aware, there we go, 6v6. This is the mode in which the players will push, or try and push along this movable piece of cargo for as long as possible. And then, at that point, the other team will attempt to do the same. I will, of course, keep you guys updated as to how the tournament is progressing. Let's actually take a quick look across to the bracket screen and see how things are going before we jump into our custom game, which is just starting now, as you can hear. Let's see, the Princess Universe, the Wolves, and EST versus Hello, I'm Death. I progressed, SL Team, and Sav's Nation. But let's get into our custom game. On cargo. I believe it's going to be the red team pushing first. So we'll see how these guys decide to play it out. So you can see the cargo with a little star there. And they're moving it forward. Let's see who's actually doing that though. So yes, so for any of you guys who aren't familiar with cargo, they'll try and push the cargo as far forward percentage-wise as possible, and the other team will attempt to beat whatever they manage to do. So there are checkpoints along the way which the cargo cannot be put back through. If a team manages to make it all the way to 100%, the other team has to try and beat that by getting to 100% before they do on the return match. So it's a two-part game. Red team pushing to start with, and then the blue team are trying to beat their performance. So far, red team actually tearing things up, but kills are not what gets you the game. Oh my god, Goma. 8-0 in this game. Absolutely chronic. If you're standing near the cargo, then you will get a damage reduction aura, which makes it actually possible to move the cargo without being immediately slaughtered. It doesn't make you invincible, but it certainly makes you a lot tougher to deal with. So far, red team doing pretty darn well. So as I said, blue team will have to repeat the performance. Though kills, as mentioned before, do not matter directly in this game, they will certainly give you a little bit more room to work with. Oh, interesting. Sav's Nation's telling me you're ready to be live stream. Interesting. I will... ask our admins and see if that match is available for you guys. But so far, red team doing a pretty good job on this first cargo. The getting that cargo that last few steps, as is always going to be the case, it's pretty tricky. But up to 98, 99, and that will be the red team closing things out, which means that the blue team will only have those few minutes it took the red team. There we go, 2 minutes and 14 actually, to try and repeat their performance. Oh, apparently there might be... Let's see. Okay, okay. Sorry, it's got a message from the admins. But anyway, so blue team are going to have to try and use these couple of minutes to try and force their way through. Okay, thank you for letting us know in the chat. It looks like we're waiting on some opponents for our next tournament match, so we can't go immediately into that. But hey, we'll keep on going with these custom games for the time being. So far, blue team getting absolutely hammered in this game. Let's see if we can find our leader. No, it's actually going to be the person watching. 23 kills, 2 deaths. As mentioned, it's just about the objective in this game, but when the entire opposing team is being horribly slaughtered, then there is not too much to do. Isha, you had something to say? I'll quickly pop up and see if I can spot you were saying. Oh, okay, you weren't talking to me. But yes, it's your boy Vontae. Thank you for letting us know. Twisty Gaming TM. Well, interesting. Pro Noob, I didn't realise there was that long of a lag between the game. I suspect it might be... I don't know if that's some sort of spectator delay, but that's rather strange. But yeah, Twisty Gaming TM. As far as live streaming your game later, it will be up to you to try and get to the point. It does tend to be we just take whoever's available first. So it might work out, but you'll have to make sure to stay in the tournament as long as possible to increase your chances of getting live streamed. We've only got a few seconds left, but it has been a pretty one-sided match so far. Blue team getting crushed pretty terribly, and we'll take a quick break before we probably end up going into a second custom game. Yes, an outstanding victory is a pretty accurate description. So yes, we'll take a quick break for a second before we get set up probably for another custom game. Alright guys, so things are progressing, but I think we might have actually, yes, I'll have a quick look across the bracket screen, because we've actually managed to get things going pretty well. So Princess Universe are taking on Imperio Inca, the Wolves waiting for an opponent, Warriors Clans also, GNX Gaming waiting for theirs, EST taking on Hello, I'm Death, SL Team, Stabs Nation. So it looks like we've got a lot of guys waiting for their opponent, but while we're all doing that, that's right, you are deleted, you were in there first. We have got our custom game all set up and ready for you guys, and it's going to be another doozy because it's going to be Capture the Flag, because we know how much you guys enjoy playing weird game modes that never get played otherwise. At least on stream. I'm sure there's actually quite a healthy amount of people playing Capital Flag and Cargo because they're pretty fun and a nice change of pace from the other games. But if you want to join in for now, same passkey as always, ESL123. Get yourselves on stream, start showing off your skills, and perhaps impress a team, or maybe two. Yes. The explanation, as mentioned before. Oh, Advanced Warrior. This is being streamed on YouTube, on Facebook, on Mobcrush, and on Twitch, which you already know already. Let's make sure everything's coming through okay. It looks like it. So I think it looks like we've probably gotten all of the entries we're going to have for our Modern Combat 5 giveaway over on mobcrush.com, mobcrush.com/modern_combat5. Any of you guys who want to get a last minute entry in, then please do pop across there. Hashtag RO32. The passkey. Werewolf, if you've got a game which you'd like to have streamed, please just let the admins know because they are looking for matches to show on stream. So if you've got one which they're not aware of, then please do get yourselves in there. So, passkey for this game is ESL123. Please do come and join us, as you can see on screen. We've only got one player right now. I'm sure there's more than one of you out there. Alright. Seems like we're not getting too much more. Well, actually, Werewolf, if you set on the Mobcrush page, if you send a PM to the modern_combat5 account, then I believe I should be able to get that through. Is the this makes me think that the so I quickly rehost this because it's if we've only got one person, I'm a little worried that the let's go for canals. That seems like a good for a laugh. Yes, I think there might have been an issue with my lobby, which is why no one was joining. So ESL123, we're going to get set up with another custom game in case we can't get ourselves a tournament match. Oh, never mind that actually, because we have in fact got a tournament match. I do apologise for teasing you. Let's get ourselves. We'll update these bits and pieces, which of course are out of date right now. But let's jump into the game as our very first priority. Princess versus Inca. Oh, excuse me. So we've cancelled the custom game, I'm afraid, because we've got a tournament match coming up between Princess and Inca. Let's take a quick look across to see where these guys are in the bracket. Let's get updated. So we'll do the draw for the giveaway on Mobcrush in just a moment. There we go. So Princess Universe versus Inca. Let's try and check who's on what team. Let's go Imperio Inca first. Who have we got? Tyrone. Okay, Imperio Inca are on the blue team, which means Princess Universe are on the red. Inca. Princess Universe. Okay, as you guys can tell from just looking at the screen, we're going to have our first game on Museum, then we go into Conversion, and then if we get to Game 3, we cross to Vantage. Let me get these team names updated for you, because hey, it's always nice to know. Who's playing who? Oh, Princesses Universe. I do apologise. I've been missaying your name. Alright, let's get that all locked in there. Well, your team won 2 matches. They reported the SS, but still not head in brackets. All you can really do is file a ticket. I'm not sure which team it is that you've got there, but I can certainly pass the message along. And let's see if we can actually get this game started. Looks like we've got all 10 players, which is a great way to get things set off. But yes, Werewolf, if you could let me know what your team name is. Bad Boys, okay. Bad Boys, player Werewolf, I have passed your message across the admins. So hopefully they'll be able to get it all sorted out. But for now, we're all about Imperio, Inca, and Princesses Universe. I do apologise for missaying your name before. Let's jump right into things and see about getting some hot and tasty action going. Imperio, Inca going to be across on the blue team at Princesses Universe over on the red, taking to the museum to see who can put each other in as an exhibit, or who will be... I'm trying to think of museum-related jokes. I honestly can't think of too many which aren't just references to movies that have museum in the title. Never mind about that. I'll go quietly crazy over here. As we get started with our first game of this best of 3. I believe, and I'll have a quick check across to make sure I'm not telling you porcupines, that we are in the round of 16 right now. So we're heading towards our quarterfinals. Whoever wins out in this series will go up there. Our Mob Crush giveaway winner I will draw after this one. Hey Frog Junkie, love to see you in at the Twitch chat. If any of you guys who want to get some last minute entries in over on Mob Crush, it's mobcrush.com/modern_combat5, which you might as well do while we get this game started, because so far in this first minute we haven't seen any kills whatsoever, so we're not even sure who to follow. Let's take a quick look at the map and see what's going on there. Nice use of the Firecracker, and that will be Imperio Inca managing to pick up the very first kill of the game. I think we're about to see a whole bunch more fighting breaking out though. Let's see if we can find some of these people before they die. No, we can't, because they're all dead. Alright, well, Imperio Inca trying to knock the princesses off their thrones. Alonso, great use of the Dreadeye there. There's so many different levels to this particular map, and it's really come down to which team's able to take advantage of that most. Alonso with 3 kills, 0 deaths in this game so far, set up extremely well for the rest of the game. We'll see if they can keep it up though, because it's a little bit easier to start off well and to keep it going all the way through, though the morale hit for the opposing team can be pretty darn significant. 8-1 in favour of Imperio Inca, looking to try and get the shots around almost around the corner, not having to use that ricochet of the Dreadeye to do it, managing to just kneecap their opponents, get a little bit of green showing, trying to mark some territory. Ooh, Pro Noob, that's a great one, I'm going to remember that. Who will exhibit the best skills in this museum? Pro Noob, evidently, I need you as my writer to come up with actually funny jokes. But yes, nicely done, Pro Noob. Number one pro script writer. Services probably available at a reasonable cost. Still, back to this game 1. Of course, the Dreadeye going to be able to use to punish any opponents that stray too close. But I'm starting to see that the Princesses Universe are getting a little bit more careful, and of course the moment I say that, they immediately get nailed. But still, 11-6, not as bad as it has been, and Alonso Marilyn going down is a big opportunity for the Princesses to get something started. 5-1, I have to assume, is going to be the best player next to Tyrone on the team, who's below by just a couple of kills. But yes, if Alonso gets taken out a few more times by Princess Nation, we've seen games where these teams, you know, the best player won't necessarily make the team win, just because the other team finds a way to pick on the less effective members of a given team. Alonso missing some shots there, which is a bit surprising. Oh, Chubby 2000 got beaten by the Imperio Inca in round 1. Well, There's certainly a pretty fierce fight and some close range sniper battles going on. Let's see if too much has changed on the scoreboard. Woey, whose name I can only make a guess at, doing pretty darn well, 5-3 in this game. It looks like we're seeing a more spread score from the Princesses, but they have managed to pull themselves back up and actually into the lead with barely 3 minutes left on the clock. Very impressive to keep their morale up and keep fighting after falling so far behind to start with. But they cannot take Imperio Inca anything less than totally seriously. There's always the issue in these kind of situations where a team starts doing well, they stop paying attention, or paying as much attention, then it can easily be stolen away from them, and it really hurts the team to have been in the lead after trying so hard and then lost it straight away. It's going to be down to that mental fortitude to see if we can see Princesses Universe come back and keep their lead, or keep themselves at least at parity for the time being. 22-20, 23-20, Imperio Inca looking to try and build their lead. Princesses Nation still only a couple of kills behind, which is honestly not too shabby at all. Nice bit of work there, nice firecracker work, dropping down the explosions, and it will mean, unfortunately for the Princesses, Imperio Inca hold on to their lead. 2 minutes left on the clock. Let's take a quick look and see. It is going to be Alonso who started out this match pretty well, but does get taken to pieces. A chance for the Princesses to come back into things. Still, I wonder if Imperio Inca might try and slow the pace down. Alonso getting a revenge kill. Really nice reverse shot. And it's so hard to keep track of all of the different places you can be shot from the museum, because there's so many different angles. And honestly, I still think that the teams with the museum being new to the competitive scene haven't quite managed to necessarily get that 100% of the time, but so far they're looking pretty darn good from both sides of things. Of course, Imperio Inca do have that lead. They are going to be ahead by 5. So Princesses been fighting incredibly hard. Do manage to pick up a kill onto Dr. Freeman, another one onto Mage, but Jean managed to trade it back. Here's one going to be able to take out Tyrone. Princess is still fighting incredibly hard, but Imperio Inca with a grip of iron around the top of this table. 35-37. Princesses just need 2 more to pull them back. Going to be getting a little bit of radiation sickness if they're not careful. About 1 minute left on the clock. The Princesses need to try and make something happen. Tyrone is going to drop out of the game, I believe, for Imperio Inca. And now we settle down to a little bit of 5v4 action in favour of Princesses. Will they be able to bring their numbers to bear? Or will, I believe Tyrone might have been the least well-performing member of Imperio Inca. Will their ability to not be killed match up? No, Princesses, wow, okay. Managed to pick up a couple for themselves. Imperio Inca going to be able to neutralise any potential lead. 20 seconds left on the clock. Princesses managed to pull themselves the slightest of leads. 15 seconds left in the thing. Princesses, I think perhaps to everyone's surprise, managing to pull themselves into all the lead they need, or perhaps it's not all the lead they need. 39-39, Princesses managed to get one at the last second. Will they get it? Yes, they will. 40-39. What a great game, number 1 on the museum, and it could not have been closer. Whew. Alright guys, please do let us know in the chat. Who do you think it's going to win? Is it going to be Imperio Inca? Is it going to be Princesses Universe? I'll get to these guys with their proper icons in just a second, but we'll take a short break before hopefully coming back with Game 2. Oh, and of course I do apologise. I forgot the to get the Mob Crush winner out of the way. So let's make sure we've got all the entries in here. Okay. Oh, I see. That's Werewolf. Okay. Sorry, I was just looking through the entries and I realised I was going to read his name. But yes, the Mob Crush winner for today will be a Werewolf. Hopefully you're still in chat. Oh, yep, you did just post that as well. So if you could enter in your platform and dog tag, I believe that's Werewolf. Yes, it is. Then I'll get your details passed across to Gameloft to have your credits winging their way to you in about a week's time. Excellent, thanks for that. Okay, so yes, I do apologise for the delay for the next game, but we'll bring that to you as fast as possible. But yes, we'll take a short break while we get that set up for you, and we'll be back in just a few more moments, hopefully. Alright guys, we are not too far off whatsoever from going into our second game between Imperio, Inca and Princesses Universe. Honestly, I'm really impressed with what we saw from the Princesses, if that's how they prefer to be called, but hey, let's go with it. In the game, while managing to steal out that last second win on the Museum, 40-39. Pretty crazy, especially considering how rough it was to start with. Looks like we've got most, if not all of the players joined up for our game number 2. Do you guys think that there's going to be a chance for Princess Universe to repeat their performance, or will Imperio Inca shut them down and force us through to a game 3? Which will of course be a rush and will take place on Advantage. But it's all going to be about a conversion for the time being. But yes, so we've had our giveaway for Mob Crush. Werewolf was the winner for that one. So Werewolf, I noticed you were asking me a question unrelated to this. Don't worry about giving me any passkeys right now because we're going to be involved with this particular game. But I believe you should be able to just click on the Modern Combat 5 username, which I'll just type in the chat there. I think that will allow you to then PM me. Because I'm operating under the Modern_Combat 5 account right now. But yes, we shouldn't be too much further off. I think we're just waiting on one player from the Princesses before we can get started. In fact, why don't we just go across? And there we go. So as you can see, Princesses Universe ahead by 1 game 2-0. So far, been really impressed by what we've seen from both teams, but it could not have been closer in the previous game. And honestly, it's anybody's game too. I mean, certainly the Princess is in a pretty good position to be able to steal away the series. But honestly, I kind of feel like both teams would be more than capable of moving themselves further forward. I think with Princesses, maybe players might have just been taking a break for a second. Oh boy. 5 minutes into the lobby, that's not a good sign. Let's let our admins know about that. Oh wait, no, never mind. Looks like we're not going to be teased any longer because we're heading out for a team battle on conversion. So guys, to let us know, do you think is it going to be Imperio Inca? In which case, please do drop down hashtag Imperio. Do you think it's going to be the Princesses? Hashtag Princesses. Please do show your support, show your duck faces, show everything you're made of, every grain of sand for our game number 2. Let's make it happen. Players pouring into the game. I think I do need to, in fact, change over the... Yes, I do need to change over the in-game teams. So let me just do that. And I'll be back with your commentary in just a second. There we go. All sorted out. Alright, let's see if you can see a repeat performance from the Princesses. Wow, okay. Well, if there was any doubt about the Princess's ability to perform, perhaps those doubts have been put to rest by the first 30 seconds of this match, going up 5 kills to nothing. Imperio Inca perhaps felt that that last game was stolen away from them, but Princess is really tearing through them. Imperio Inca trying to hold on to this game, trying to scrabble through. Great to see a few of you guys showing some support for the Princesses. Adrip, don't worry. There are still 3 more giveaways. Hopefully, you'll have a bit better luck in them. I can only apologise. Random number generators are the worst. But for the time being, the princesses do not seem to rely on random number generators, but in fact only the fury of their bullets. We do see Sahak going across the wall. 3 kills, 0 deaths in this game so far. Will it become a 4th? It will. Very nice performance of the princesses so far. But, oh, well, good lord, even 2v1 managing to take that kill there. Sahak, the strongest performing player by a considerable margin in this game so far, 17-8. The princesses are taking your energy. The next giveaway will be on the Twitch platform, just for any of you guys who are wondering, twitch.tv/modern_combat5. I'll put those details up on the screen in between games, if you want to join in. So that's going to be, and I'll have to double check that, I'll make sure I've got the right hashtag for you guys. So that will be RO16 for this particular giveaway. So on twitch.tv/modern_combat5, type in hashtag RO16 if you'd like to join in for the second giveaway of the day. Anyway, back to proceedings. So princesses with a 10 kill advantage over Imperio Inca right now, looking to really show that they're earning their way through to the next round of competition. Alenza, Marilyn, let's see if we can find them in this game because they were super crucial in game 1. Oops, I think we might have had a bit of a hitch on our emulation side of things. Oh no, this would be very unfortunate if we're going to crash out here. Hopefully, oh darn it. Yes, it looks like in fact we have had a crash. I do apologize, guys. Doesn't happen super often, but at least we got a pretty good idea of who was going to be, or who was looking very good in that game too. Let's get these changed back to give you a bit of a better indication. So the princesses looked well set for making it into a 2-0, but I'll keep you guys updated as and when we know any further. All right. Let's see about maybe getting... Okay, yes. So I will put up the giveaway details. Let's see, just make sure everything's up to date. And there we go. So let's hop ourselves across to the hashtag RO16. Let's put the details up there. There we go. Twitch.tv/modern_combat5, hashtag RO16 to enter. Anarup, so desperate to win. Please do just pop yourself across there. Hashtag RO16 to enter in for the giveaway, which will be finalising at the end of this current round. I will see about... Well, if you want to upset Anna up, then please do make your way across to twitch.tv/modern_combat5 as is put on the screen. Hashtag RO16. And we'll be drawing our giveaway winner just after this next one. Oh, excellent. We have got GNX versus Skadoosh. Okay, excellent. So, we won't have to keep you guys waiting around for too much longer. because I'm just going to hop myself into there right now. Looks like the teams are possibly going to take a little while to get into that lobby. So for any of you guys on YouTube, do bear in mind you need to be on the Twitch page to be able to enter the Twitch giveaway. So please do make your way across there. And oh boy. That's a little unfortunate. There isn't a spectate slot for this particular game, so we'll have to wait a little bit longer to get that put across. So Theron, Danda, thank you for letting people know. So it's for Twitch. So you have to be on the Twitch channel to enter this particular one. So if you look at the details at the bottom of the screen, it will give you the address, twitch.tv/modern_combat5 and hashtag R016. Oh hey Frog Junkie, if you're missing some credits, please give me your dog tag. Ideally the event you won them from and your platform, and I'll get those details passed across to Gameloft to investigate for you. Yes, people do occasionally fall through the cracks a little bit, but we'll do our best to make sure that you do not languish without those for too long. Okay. I think we might have a fixed match between GNX and Skadoosh. In fact, why don't we go and take a look across and see where these guys are playing? Because it may still be in the R016. So yes, as expected, Princesses Universe advanced over Imperio Inca. Really nice from them. They very much stepped up. But let's see. So okay, we are still in round of 16, but we have broken through to the next round in its entirety. So I'll give you guys a couple more seconds to enter in over on Twitch. And then we will do our giveaway over there. So hashtag R016, do apologise. Things moving at a unnatural pace. But if you've got even a few moments, offline and twitch.tv. It seems to be working for me. Let me just refresh the page and make sure it's still showing. Thank you if there's seems to be okay. Hey Kamal Singh Shah 44518. Just type it in the chat, that's absolutely fine. Okay, Frog Junkie, I'll get your deets passed across. Alright, got a few of you guys sneaking in at the last second. I'm just checking. Okay, excellent. We have got our next battle getting set up. So I'll just let you guys get those last ones in and we'll do the draw just before we get started with that one. Roko's gameplay game, how are you feeling talking alone? It's certainly... oh boy. It's certainly a little bit more tricky to do this by yourself than with somebody else, because Haxel does a lot of the work on the streams. So it's been actually been a while because we had to cancel last week for instance Adonis. So unfortunately it looks like again, the players have had a little bit of trouble with getting this spectate set up. So while we wait for those guys to wrestle around with all of that, let's do our giveaway. So, who's it gonna be? Alright. Frog Junkie. Frog Junkie, I do remember you saying that you would give away your entry to Anup. No, I'm not going to hold you to that necessarily, but it's entirely up to you. Yes, Kamal Singh, you are completely right. Writing more times will not increase your probability at all. But yes, Frog Junkie is in fact our Twitch giveaway winner. So it's entirely up to him if he wants to take them for himself, or if he wants to give them to Anup. Either's entirely fine, and don't let Anup necessarily guilt you into doing that. Do it only if you wish to. Alright, Anup, Frog Junkie has decided to make your day. So Anup, if you could enter in your passkey and platform, then you will be the recipient of some of those creditos before too much longer. I'm just going to keep our admins updated. The teams are trying their hardest, but unfortunately, there's now 2 games under that same passkey, neither of which have spectate. Oh boy. So if you guys who aren't aware, you have to set the competitive mode to on to get that. Anup and Frog Junkie, I'll let you guys figure that out between the 2 of you. If you could let me know which one of you decides to end up getting it. I do remember before there was a lot of faffing around as we tried to figure out who was going to take one or another. I'll give you guys... there we go, Frog Junkie, there we go. So, Frog Junkie will be our giveaway winner, since apparently he took Anurup's protestations that he couldn't take those credits seriously. So, that will be our Twitch winner for today. Alright, let's find out what's going on with our... Oh boy. Okay, I think we may switch to a different team who maybe will get started up a little bit faster. So, what have we got for you? What have we got on the menu? SL team versus Bad Boys. Where are you guys in the brackets? There we are. So hopefully we were going to get them from... Let's have a quick look and see. I haven't got a passkey as of yet. So we've already had a mob crush. We've next going to be... And we've also had our Twitch. Oh, hello. We have got a passkey for the next game. SL team versus Bad Boys. Excellent. And they've even got a spectate slot. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Huh. It's the little things, really. Okay, let's see if we can figure out who's on what side. Okay, so if we pop across to here and see if we can have a look at their rosters. So SL team has got Sparky. I don't think these teams have actually chosen their sides yet. Once they do, we'll be able to kind of figure out who's going where, but I suppose let's have a quick jump through and see if we can figure out. So Bad Boys are... Oh, Tommy's definitely in the game already. So whichever team Tommy goes on to will be the Bad Boys team. In fact, why don't we just go across and take a look? There we go. So FBI is SL team. Okay. So SL team is on the blue. And Bad Boys on the red. Alright. Let's get those deets updated. So okay. Alright. So we're still in best of 3 territory. So we'll reset ourselves back to zeros. And we'll just wait for the rest of these guys to make their way in. SL team are going to be on the blue. And Bad Boys over on the red. Alright, doesn't look like we're going to have to wait for too much longer for our first game on Museum. Starting in exactly 0 seconds flat. Tommy, hey, great to see you on the YouTube. Maybe you should be focusing on the game itself. I don't know, just a suggestion. Oh boy, I hope we haven't had a technical hiccup here. That we don't seem to be loading into the game. Well, that's unfortunate. As much as I'd like to be able to get these guys into game, it's quite hard to get hold of the teams, unfortunately, once the game has started because they're playing. So, unfortunately, I think we might well be frustrated this time around. Tommy, one of the players for Bad Boys, I believe. But yes, we've had a technical hiccup, which means we're not going to be able to get this, load ourselves into this game. That's really unfortunate. Alright, well, just to try and make up for it in some fashion, I will, in a second, get ourselves going with a custom game, just to give you guys something to look at. So just loading it back up again. So the pass key will be ESL123 once again, but I'll need to actually just load things back up again, make sure everything's working before we get that finalized. Okay, what odd game mode can I force upon you guys? Actually, here we go. Okay, well, I'll let you try and guess what kind of game mode it's going to be, because it'll always be something different every time until we run out of things which can be different, in which case it'll be something it's been before. Oh, Sandy Pandas, if you're having some lag issues, that is unfortunate. Unfortunately, as well, I'm only a humble streamer myself, but certainly, really the only thing you can do is to send a message through to the Facebook page or through on Twitter to let yourself be heard, and hopefully it will be attended to in as short order as possible. But for the time being, please do come and join in for this custom VIP game. It's ESL123 is the pass key. Come and show off your skills, and of course as soon as possible we'll be back to our regular programming. I can only apologise for the slight technical hitch which stopped us from getting into that game. This game is being emulated this particular time, so there are going to be a few hiccups because it's not always 100%, but we'll try and bring you as much of this gameplay as we possibly can, because hey, we all know that you want to see some Modern Combat 5 action as much as anybody else does. But for the time being, we'll just have to settle for some custom community game flavoured. We'll probably need a couple more people in it to start off a VIP game, otherwise I kind of feel like it's not going to work terrifically well. But I think we are going to go in. Plus fix lag. Again, I certainly do appreciate people making statements with their usernames. 4v4, I think that's enough to get started with. But you can join in. I believe there will be at least... No, there'll be 4 more slots. So ESL123 if you do want to join yourself in. But yes, instead, we will take ourselves on to the rooftops for some hot VIP action. I think we'll have to keep an eye out on the map itself to see if we can figure out who the VIP is, because I don't believe it's going to be shown that noticeably in-game a lot of the time. There we go. Oh, actually Death is the one we're following, I believe, and it's going to be the VIP. The source of points. Black Jaguar dropping in a little later to proceedings. So, as you might expect, the teams are going to be trying to protect their VIP while destroying the other teams. Sometimes it seems like the teams, having perhaps not so much experience in this mode, will fall victim to things a little bit more than normal. As you can see, it's the blue team who've managed to hold on to their VIP up until this point. But I think we have got a whole bunch of red team members coming in. William Gaming, are you swearing at Nightbot? What did it ever do to you? But yes, so far, the red team, having not managed to find Death as the VIP and take them down, they've been kept at 0 points so far. But perhaps, wow, I think it might actually be some VIP versus VIP action. At least I think that's what Death was trying to do. Perhaps didn't realise that their opponent wasn't actually on the same level, in any sense of the word. But so far, Blue have done a pretty good job despite Death's best efforts. You can see this bag over the shoulders. That's going to indicate the VIP status. Death is going to steal it from themselves, which is honestly a little silly. But hey. Whew. So the next giveaway, which will be coming up after, let's see, how are we doing tournament wise? I think we're doing pretty darn well. We have in fact got people through to the quarterfinals. So after we're done with this, we'll open up the Facebook giveaway. So I'll just make sure I've got that open myself, so I can keep track of what you guys have done. Let's see. Alright, so that game was pretty one-sided. I'm thinking perhaps it might be worth trying to avoid going for VIPs, as it seems to be that only one person really knew how to play that mode and everyone else just kind of messed around and then lost. So perhaps we'll try something else instead. Right, so let's see. So you can have a look behind the curtain here, as hopefully you guys know exactly what this looks like. Let's see. Actually, we don't do many rush modes with this, so let's go for the museum, and ESL123 will be our next custom game. Let's get ourselves started. Theron down there, you play like an app. I know the YouTube giveaway and the Facebook giveaway are both still to come. They haven't started as yet, but the Twitch and the Mob Crush giveaway have been concluded. But for now, if you could jump yourselves into this game, it's Rush on the Museum. ESL 123 is your pass key to glory and fame. Frog Junkie was in fact the winner of the Twitch giveaway, so congratulations to them, but do stay tuned for your further chances to win. So once the quarterfinals has been filled up, which is fairly close to being done, we will start our Facebook giveaway, which will conclude with the semifinals, and then for the finals themselves we will do our YouTube giveaway to end out the evening. ProNoob and Theron, thank you for making yourselves present for our custom game, Rush on the Museum. Should be pretty interesting. I'd love to see how well you guys coordinate as a team in a much more strategic game mode. Well, it could arguably be called more strategic. I don't know how strategic it's going to turn out, but I live in hope. Yeah. I don't know what you guys are drinking right now, but I'm drinking a combination of coffee and honey and lemon tea. It's something I came up with myself because no one on earth would probably decide to do that on purpose otherwise. But it's an interesting taste. I would recommend it. It's strange, but interesting. Whew. Alright, we've got 4v4. If once we get 5v5, we'll get us started. So we only need a couple more players. Beast, the last to join for the red team. Who will be the last to join for the blue? Will it be you? ProNoob dropping the duck faces. And Anonymous will be our last guy or girl into things. Let's get it started. I believe you can join in partway through ESL 123, but you won't be able to join in that particular round. So if you feel like it, please do go. Anaref, Banerjee, one day you'll find the happiness you seek, even if it's behind a bunch of credits. I'm getting some commiserations from the admins right now for my many unluck which I've had so far with these games. But hey, let's make our own luck with these custom games because I know I can rely on you guys. Frog Junkie, you tried to play on Android and it wasn't a happy experience, had to buy a new phone. Oi! That's a little alarming. Well, hopefully this Android stream will not cause you to buy a new phone. I don't know why it would, but hey, I'm just trying to tie things together in some fashion. You are deleted. How ironic. Is it? Kind of? I don't know. Gabriel 007, I do not speak English. Well, I appreciate you coming and joining us anyway. As we get started, blue team doing okay to start with. It's actually, I think, going to be just Black Jaguar left on the red team, and now not even them. In this particular mode, which is just a custom game, they may well be using prestige weapons. In fact, of course they're using prestige weapons. But there will be a few different rules. Let's get the game audio coming through, as I forgot to turn that on for just a second. As we get into our second round of Rush in the Museum. I'm just going to keep reusing this joke over and over again, because it's kind of like a nice subtle joke. Unlike that shot to the face from Opia. Standing behind leaving the game. Abandoning the team in the time of need. As we do see Loke, who is a very prolific player coming through. Hey, Julia. Nice to see you over on the Mob Crush page. As we see the blue team taking another round. Oosh, it's been a little bit of a smashing so far. Will we see Loke get woke in this game? Who knows, honestly. It's been pretty tough. Goma has been the big player for the blue team so far with 3 kills and 0 deaths. Rush is the game mode in which you will accrue currency. Oh, excuse me. which can be spent on upgrades, but it will be lost any time you are killed, which will generally happen if you're going to lose a round, though you don't necessarily have to die to lose a round. You can have this central objective be taken away, and that will end the round when the timer runs out. Whew. Okay, well that was a bit of a formality. Well, honestly I don't know what to say. That Loke is going to be the top of the red team with 2 and 2, but the rest of the teams not having the best of times with things. Let's see. We will try and get another custom game going. We might as well try one more rush so we won't have to set up over again. So we'll keep in this particular lobby, but I think we will quite quickly be getting another tournament match coming in. So don't get too attached to this second custom game. Oh, apparently it's... I don't know if anyone actually voted for the map. I think they didn't expect us to go to a second game here. So we've ended up playing the same map again. Julia, if you have been away for a while, the museum has just taken residence in the competitive mode. So, yes, it almost certainly is going to be new for you. So if you guys who were playing last game, please do join in. ESL 123 is the pass key. We need a few of you guys back in here again. Not surprised at all. Here we go. So we'll have to love you guys and leave you for this custom game because we have got our next match coming up. It's not going to be SL Team versus Bad Boys, that has already concluded, but we will update that as soon as we can. It's going to be only Pi Pro versus Princesses Universe, who we did see some pretty impressive stuff from before. We'll just wait on our pass key and we'll see about getting these guys put across onto the display properly. As ludicrous as that sounds. You see, this is what happens when you have an overly long name. Let's get the princesses okay. But only Pi Pro, we do not have a logo for them as of yet. So let's see what we can do about that. Excellent. Whew. Let's see about getting us a pass key. So, while we're getting that set up, because I believe that will be, and that's the goes across the bracket. So yeah, look at this. This is going to be a quarter-final match. And we do actually have pretty much filled up, or at least half filled up quarterfinals. So heck, why not? Let's get ourselves started on there. So let's change the giveaway details. I'm just going to get a direct link to the video if I can. I don't think I can actually. so let's get that up on the page. So it's facebook.com/moderncombat, enter by typing in #quarter if you want to join him. Luis Suarez and 2 others, thank you for sharing the video around. Please do tell a friend, tell a bunch of friends that the cup is going on right now, and please do come join him. Let's see about getting you guys into things. Do we have a pass key as of yet? Doesn't look like it quite yet, but really excited to see Princess's Universe play again, because they have surprised us multiple times already today. Okay, just making sure. It's always fun to pester the admins to give me a pass key before they're ready. These guys work incredibly hard for your entertainment. Lotus and Sultan are your admins for today. So yes, if you see those guys around, please do give them some love, because they are excellent people. Oh, hello. What have we got here? We have, in fact, got a pass key. Here, excellent. Which means we will not be too far off from joining in. Some random person, you are more than right. I'd love to be starting already, but we'll have to wait for the lobby to get fully set up. I think it's probably in the process of being ready right now, so we're a couple of minutes off. Yes, Anarup Energy. Peter Hunnell is watching. He's always watching. He's very sneaky that way. But yeah, great to see some of you guys entering with the #quarter on our Facebook page. Just drop into your comments there and make your entry count. We'll leave it a little bit before we actually draw a winner there. But please do make sure you can be part of it. And I will get you this next game as fast as I possibly can. This looks like it might be a little bit delayed in getting set up. We'll keep refreshing. Oh, there we go. So we're just joining in, and it shouldn't be too far out at all before we get started with our first, I think it's going to be the very first quarter-final game. So please do show your support, as well as typing in the #quarter. Please do drop in the #princesses or #pyro to show your support for them as well. Princesses will be playing on the red team this time round. With PR Pyro on the blue. Our first map will be rooftops, and in fact, let's just jump ourselves across there. So it all looks a bit like I expected, which is honestly brilliant. Oh, interesting. I think the princesses might be Russian. I'll have a check on that. Let's see. Yes, they are. Princesses Universe are the Russian team, and I wish I was better at reading maps. Paraguay, only Pyro from Paraguay. Great to see so many different players from all over the world. Huang Han, thanks for throwing up the duck. As we get started in our quarterfinals for today, we'll of course drop in on our brackets now and again to see how things are going. But our admins, who I cannot praise enough, are doing their hardest to make sure we get through this one as fast as is humanly possible. As we can see, we're still missing a couple of princess players. Hopefully they'll not be too far off before we can get ourselves started. I will let our admins know that we are missing a couple of players. Amongst their many other skills, they are excellent at chasing down rogue players and making sure they get into lobby and as good a time as possible. So, but while we're waiting, I'm going to have a little sip from my custom-made coffee and tea. Hey Milk, nice to see ya. Oh boy. Of course. Lotus, as always, going to sort things out for us. Find those missing players. Apparently they were in a different lobby, waiting patiently for everyone else to turn up, while we were waiting here for them to show up. Oh boy. But yes, the Facebook giveaway is in progress, so I'll just put that along there. Hashtag quarter will be your key to fame and fortune. I already see lots of you guys have already entered in there. Yes, let's have a little coffee before we get started. Tastes weird, but in a good way, I think. Tea and coffee, do any of you guys mix it together? Your mileage may vary. I will attempt to attract you towards our Facebook giveaway by moving it back and forwards, attempting to find a home for this most lamentable of giveaways. Yeah, great to see a lot of you guys in there. Showing support for Princesses and Pyro equally so far. But the giveaway would have to take a back seat to our quarterfinals match, which we're just loading into rooftops right now. Alright. We won't have to wait very much longer at all. Princess is going to be in the red. Pyro over on the blue. In fact, we just need to switch over their names. Bye, Pyro. Alright, let's get it started in here. I'm hearing a lot of explosions, guys, but I'm not seeing a lot of kills coming in. Perhaps for this quarterfinals, these guys deciding to play a little bit carefully. With no kills in the first 30 seconds, almost unprecedented. But hey, as we start making our way through the tournament, these teams becoming more and more aware that they are in a position to really lose out just in the case of one shot coming through, and then Enjoy for PR Pyro, Pypro. I gotta remember to get that right. It's going to be getting the first kill, but the Princesses managed to bring it back, throwing a grenade right into the camera, right into your living room. Sandy Pandas, I think this will be an excellent fight. These two teams, particularly the Princesses, have been shown incredible ability to even get this far. It's been very fierce competition. Milk does manage to take out Scream. Of course, an immediate favourite because he said hi during the pre-game lobby, and honestly, that's all I need to get me feeling like I want a player to succeed. It's just a little attention. Oh boy. Anyway, mental breakdowns aside, Princesses up 7-3 in this game, closing in on the 5-minute mark. Pypro perhaps rocked back by the Princesses from Russia. Certainly looking very, very good so far. Lenjay and Milk do manage to pick up 2 more kills, but it's going to be Wowie who manages to keep things pretty darn even. A small but significant lead for the Princesses. Scream doing good work to work around making excellent use of the turret to try and get that 2v1 advantage even by themselves. Nookie and Scream can pick up 2 more for the Princesses. 14-7, a 2-1 advantage for the Princesses over Pypro so far. But we've seen the Princesses really thrive under pressure. Perhaps being ahead in the early game may act to their detriment, or perhaps that won't be an issue at all, as we do see them extend that lead up to a 10-kill advantage. These quarterfinals are pretty harsh so far. Pypro really struggling to get established, but Scream is going to get killed, going to get traded back immediately. We see 2 more kills coming across the 2 Princesses. Milk's going to get 1 for Pypro, but Nookie's going to get 1 back right away. Scream as well. 9-4 in this game, a very impressive performance. It's going to be the top of the table for Princesses. Does get taken out along with the Doji. Gabriel doing work. I managed to get 2 more for Pypro, but they're still so far behind. 11 kill deficit to make up. Still a lot of time left on the clock, but Pypro need to really find a new way through to the underbelly of the Princesses if they're going to do anything at all. 11 kills ahead still for Princesses. Really not showing any of the weakness that they showed in that previous game against Imperio Inca game 1, where they started to look a little bit shaky and only won by a small margin. Now the Princesses really starting to build up some serious momentum in this competition, looking to try and take these quarterfinals very definitively, send a message to the rest of the tournament and show themselves up as the prettiest princesses in all of Russia, perhaps even the world. While this is all going on and the Princesses are getting up even more kills for themselves, please do make your way across to the Facebook page, the Modern Combat 5 Facebook page, enter in #quarter on the live video to enter in for the giveaway. This will be our 3rd and penultimate giveaway for today. So, if like Anarup you crave those credits but haven't found any so far, please do come and enter it and give yourself a chance of succeeding. Our last giveaway will be on YouTube, but that will not be up for a little while yet because we've still got a whole bunch more competition to go as the Princesses nearly closed this one out early, 45-19, an absolute stomping so far. The 50 kill limit easily within reach, possibly before we even get to the 2-minute remaining mark. Pypro looking to try and find themselves a little bit of dignity, a little bit of hope for game 2 in the closing moments of the match. 1 more kill coming through for the Princesses. Looks like they are going to make it through before we even get to that 2 minutes. It will be 50-20, a very strong start for the Princesses. Do you guys think they can do it again, or have Pypro got what it takes to drag us through to a game 3? Pro-noob, why they're called Princesses? I can only assume because they like princesses, and or they might be princesses. It's a little hard to tell sometimes. But anyway, we'll take a short break while we do get set up for that game number 2. Alright guys, we are not very far off at all from coming into the next game of our quarterfinals between Only Pi Pro and Princesses Universe, as has been mentioned before. I'm going to have to remind myself because my knowledge of flags is terrible. Only Pi Pro from Paraguay and Princesses Universe from Russia. Princesses Universe absolutely dominating in our first game of the quarterfinals. Really impressive what we've seen from them so far. We're going to find out if they can manage to do it once more in game number 2. Looks like all of the princesses are raring and ready to go. Though so far, Pi Pro still to show their faces. While we're waiting for those guys to show up, let's have a little look across to our brackets. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? So, here we are up at the top of the bracket with Princesses Universe taking on Only Pi Pro. We've got Walrus Clan taking on Skadoosh, who we've seen before, doing very well. Tamer Lapu, which I'm assuming is something very polite, taking up on EST, which I might think is actually a time zone, I think that's an Italian flag. SL Team taking on Kill Switch as well. So we've got a pretty packed quarter-final schedule. We'll be moving up to our semis before too much longer. At the end of the semis, we will be doing the once the semis are in progress, we will be finalising our Facebook giveaway winner. Oh, Werewolf, you need some help? What is it you need help with? It looks like we're nearly into game itself, so let's pop ourselves across to them. Kazam! It's like magic. Isn't technology wonderful? And isn't it wonderful the performance we've seen so far, particularly from the princesses? We'll find out if the princesses have got what it takes to continue their rise towards the throne. Perhaps we will see new champions arise for our Android Cup number 16. But hey, let us know. Seen you guys showing support. Some hashtag princesses or some hashtag PR Pro. We were disqualified because we reported as hacker for shooting Ellison gun continuously. I'm afraid, Werewolf, I don't have anything to do with the administrative sides of these taunts. You will have to speak to the admins about it. Hopefully you've got some ability to persuade them that way, but I wish you only the best in your endeavours. The admins are exceptionally hardworking and delightful people, so if there's any possibility they will get you sorted out, but you have to follow thick with them. I'm afraid I have no control over that whatsoever. But we're back into our quarterfinals with the princesses managing to pick up first blood. We saw how dominant they were, 50-20 in the first game of the quarterfinals. Will we see another princess-dominated game? Will this be the making of the princess, or will it be the breaking? Pirate Pro can have a chance at least to try and slow things down a little bit in the opening of this game, but still, it's anybody's. Only 2 kills up for the princesses. Honestly, Pi Pro probably quite happy with that, though possibly not as happy with the extra kill being picked up, though Pi Pro do manage to trade it back immediately. Princesses do pick up 1 more, 2 more for themselves. 6 minutes left in it. In the first minute, we've had 8 kills total already. A pretty brutal fight on the museum. We'll find out if we're going to be pushed through to our the third game. I think we may have got some disconnections there. I'm not quite sure what's going on. But whatever it is, it's going to be the princesses taking advantage. Oh, Enrico Sorcellini. Excuse me for muttering your name. If you'd like to play in these tournaments, it's play.esl.com. I'll have to look up the exact website. Play.eslgaming.com/modern combat. That's play.eslgaming.com/modern combat. If you'd like to join in, find yourself a team, and yeah, get yourselves started. Maybe one day you can be on the team which is just as dominant as the princesses are appearing to be right now. Pi Pro really struggling in this game too. They're fighting for their survival in the tournament, but still can't get too much of anything started. 6-14, not a place that Pi Pro wanted to be. Scream gonna pick up another kill, taking out Milk and also taking out Joe's at 92. Sahat getting the job done as well. Let's see how these calls will. It's gonna be Sass. He probably has got a longer name, but I can't tell what it is. Who is so far doing crazy 8 kills and 0 deaths in the game with a 9% hit rate. That's honestly pretty darn impressive considering the weapon he's using. Going to get a chance to recharge himself. Seeing a lot of support coming in for you guys for the princesses, of course. It's honestly a pretty hype train to get on right now. Because they are doing absolute work. We'll see if we could see a resurgence from Pypro, but at the moment it's looking pretty darn likely, being behind by 13 kills, 15 kills. It looks to be another game the princesses want to put to bed way before the timer runs out. Last time I think we got to around the 2-minute mark, before 2 minutes remaining before the game's over. Wow, the princesses, even when on low health, are still going in and fighting. It's a little risky to go for that. We can see the art shot of the folly of war coming through there. So we see 2 more princess kills come through, 13 to 13. It is a brutal slaughter so far. It's honestly a little hard to watch. Pypro trying desperately to find every kill they can. Milk is going to get one, and Wise is going to manage to do another one. Oreo is going to get dunked. Oh, Milk is going to dunk Milk straight away. There's a much better joke in there which I could have figured out, but I didn't. Maybe it'll happen again. Yes, it is Oreo who dunked Milk, and not the other way around. I'll work on it. Scream picks up a couple more kills, and we're closing in on the 40 mark. We might even see this game, this second quarterfinal match, and before the previous one did, Milk getting eviscerated by the Dreadeye. But yes, Sunnyman, you are completely right. Princesses, from the first time we saw them, looked a little shaky, but now ever since then they have shown up big time. Perhaps being put on notice there's a real possibility of being taken out. Perhaps we haven't even seen the limits of the princess's power. So far, Pypro really suffering for it, not even managed to get past the 20 kill mark, with 5 kills left on the count of the princesses to be able to take this quarterfinal with a clean 2-0. Still, things have slowed down a little bit. Joe's Cut does manage to pick up a kill, and there's Wise getting one more. Now up to 20-21 for Pypro. Pypro maybe have managed to find their way back in. Now with the numbers advantage, perhaps they will be able to push it even further, but it's going to be incredibly unlikely, honestly, as we see more kills coming in. Princess is only going to need 3 to put this to bed. 2 minutes coming in. We see one more coming for the princesses. Will they manage to close out at the 2-minute mark? 49, 3, 2, and 1. No, it's going to be a slightly slower game, but still only 1 kill remains for the princesses to find, and that will be it. A slightly better performance of Pypro, but ultimately still not having the best of times. 27 to 50 this time round, and that will be a clean 2-0 for the princesses. We will take a little break now to see what we can bring you guys, but we'll be back as soon as is possible. Please do keep entering in on the Facebook page hashtag quarter to get yourself entered, and we'll be back with you as soon as we possibly can. What is better in life than a surprise? Free-for-all on canals. That's right, we're back with custom game malarkey. ESL 123 will be your passkey to fame and fortune. Will you take the brass ring? Or will you... not? I don't know! But ESL 123 will get you in on this action live on the stream. For as long as we are able, we will keep broadcasting this custom game. Of course, wait a second, that's not going to be any time at all, because in fact, haha, we've got our passkey already. I'm sorry for teasing you guys, but if you try and join, you will not be able to because I have just closed the lobby. I do apologise, but I hope that you will forgive me because we will have our next match between the bad boys, and I'm just going to confirm who's going to be on the other team. I think it's going to be Killswitch, but I'll keep you guys updated. As to who's on what team, or who's playing, in fact. So if we pop ourselves across the bracket screen, let's take a quick look at this matchup. So we'll be starting out on the rooftop. So I think we are in game 1 of Killswitch versus Bad Boys. Let's take a quick look and see who is on each team. Tommy is on Bad Boys, of course. Yeah, there we go. So we got Tommy, the Bad Boys over on the red side. And Killswitch over on the blue. Oh no, my pen has run out. Oh, the humanity. There we go. So this will be another quarterfinal match. I think we have pretty much got all of our players up and ready. Let's get the scoreboard updated. There we go. So Killswitch on the blue, Bad Boys on the red, both with 0 apiece because this will be a new quarterfinals match. Gakur, Nightbot is our automated bot which keeps folks from getting a little too feisty when it comes to the things they're saying, so avoid typing in all chats, avoid spamming too much, otherwise you may fall victim to its nefarious touches, which will generally involve giving a timeout for a little bit, but it's nothing too serious. Okay, I think we're getting the last few members of Bad Boys back in there, so let's see about giving these guys a little bit of a clearer name. There we go, Killswitch. Gaming Cloud World, where you want to type quarter on Facebook, is you find the live video that's going out there at the moment of the tournament, and you type it in the comments there. So just post a message there. And you will be entered in. Once we're done with these quarterfinals, just to double check we are in the quarterfinals. Yes, we'll be heading on to our semi-finals. Once we've gotten a little way through our semi-finals, we'll be closing out the Facebook giveaway, so please do go in there. I can see there's a few Bad Boys fans in the Twitch chat. Great to see you guys engaging with these teams. Hopefully they'll feel the support. Killswitch, of course, coming a long way to get to this point, so we should have a pretty fierce fight. Princess's Universe, I believe, are going to be our first team to make it all the way through to the semi-finals. But who will join them? Walrus Clan versus Skadoosh will find out who's going to be the opponent for Princess's Universe, who have become a bit of a crowd favourite over the course of today. But Bad Boys and Killswitch will take the winner of Tamer Lapu and EST for that other coveted semi-final spot. Alright, we're one player away. I'm just going to keep our admins up to date. Yes, as you guys on YouTube have realised, which I believe is the only channel that's covered by Nightbot specifically, you don't mess with Nightbot because Nightbot will time you out. He has no mercy, he has no feelings, he has no compassion. He will take away your ability to post for about a minute or so, so it's not really that crazy. But hey, Sanipan, yes, I would. If you want to thank the admins, I'm not sure sending them a ticket saying thank you is the best way, but actually maybe. I suspect if more than a couple of people do it, it'll probably become annoying for them. But hey, I will pass across your good wishes. Yes, Sunnypan, you have successfully received a heart from our administrative staff, who I cannot praise enough. So we're still missing one Bad Boys player living up to their namesake, perhaps. So the giveaway winners for today so far have been, let me check, Frog Junkie on Twitch and Werewolf on Mob Crush. The Facebook giveaway is still ongoing. We've been a bit delayed with getting started. I think there's been... it looks like the commander of the Kill Switch team is giving us a little bit of extra time across to try and make sure that they've got as many players as they can gather for things. Looks like it might be a couple more minutes before we actually do get started. So please do keep those Facebook entries flowing in. And get yourself that possibility of stealing away those 500 credits, which will be sent directly to you by Gameloft, usually in about a week or so. And if you guys do enjoy spamming Bad Boys lyrics, that's still a great song, and I fully endorse. Saga Cult, it will give out free hugs. Oh boy! Oh boy. That's quite a claim, Monsieur or Madame. As you can see on screen, we are just still waiting for the last member. I think one of the Kill Switch guys has gone to sort something out, but I think it's going to be back almost instantaneously. And as if I saw it happening on screen while I was talking, it did happen. I don't... It's not feeling... let's see. It's not seeming super hopeful as far as our chances of actually getting all of the Bad Boys members here. Don't know quite what's going on there. I think they may have lost a player or two along the way. Hopefully, it's not a permanent arrangement. But this may delay us from getting started. Putting on makeup? Almost certainly. You gotta look pretty when you take to the field. Because otherwise, who will they know who beat them? If you don't look like someone with makeup? I don't know. I don't even know where I'm going with this. But hopefully the Bad Boys will hear your echoing of the lyrics. Bradley Stars, so when the Facebook winner is announced, which should be a little bit later on, you'll ask that winner to post up their details, which include their account, dog tag, and their platform that they would like the credits on. And then they will pass that along to my contacts on Gameloft, who will then put in for 500 credits to be delivered directly to that account, and it usually takes about a minute or so. Kamal Singh, I would complete the Facebook giveaway, but we've only got a couple of giveaways to tie us through to the end. I can only apologise for how long it's taking for us to get started. I think we might actually have all of the Bad Boys players. Cigarkov. Hey, in fact, I am the talking commentator. That's a pretty accurate description there. My name is Peter Counterfeit Hartnell. I'm bringing you this today. Tomorrow, I'll be joining Hacksaw for the... Oh, hello. We've got the start of the game. Usually would be for the red and blue. I'll just be joining him for the blue tomorrow. But I'll let our admins know what's going on, because we are getting started up. And let's not waste any more time. Kill switch on the blue, Bad Boys over on the red side. Let's get these things started. Let's see what these teams can do in game 1 of this best of 3 quarterfinals. So, let's get it started here. We do see a pretty interesting movements coming out from Kill Switch, moving as a team, looking to try and find out sneaky ways around. Both teams going to be working pretty hard to not give away any early kills. And we see the teams be just very, very cautious around each other. But we've got, of course, the Dreadite possibilities to be able to snipe through that skylight, pick up a few cheeky kills. But so far, both these teams keeping their distance from each other. I don't know if they realise how close they actually are, but line of sight hasn't yet to be established. So I think both teams playing exceptionally cautiously, and so far it's going pretty okay. I'm trying to look to... Nice wall bang through. Mike gets the first kill for the Bad Boys. Gaming Low World. It's taking time for my Facebook to update. You've still got time to enter into the Facebook. We'll wait until this series is concluded before we announce the Facebook winner. So you've still got another 20 minutes or so. So you might want to kind of go across and close off your browser entirely and reload it again to see if you can get it to work better. Anyway, back to proceedings. Kill switch with 1, Bad Boys with 2. Looks like Bad Boys are going to be the recipients of all that good feeling, all those lyrics being thrown their way. But it's the tiniest of leads so far. In a very low kill count game, can be pretty significant. Bad Boys do manage to pick up another one. So that will be 3-2-1. But it's still very, very early days. We've seen so many games which start off slow, turn into slaughterfests. As soon as one team realizes they're coming off worse from this very methodical style. And I mean, that's certainly what's happening for Bad Boys right now. Up 4-1. We do see some nice sniping action, but it won't work out. This corridor of destruction for Bad Boys working out very well, being able to just hold position and do very well. We've got a lot of players with the same icon in this game. So Mike P.I. though, nice shotgun work across the boxes. We do start to finally see some kills coming through. 4 kill switch, but Bad Boys have cemented a pretty substantial lead, 6 kills ahead. Now 7. Means they're doing pretty darn well for themselves. 4 minutes and a half left on the clock. Kill switch needs to try something else. We do see Tommy getting taken down with the firecracker, but Yo-Yo with a nice grenade kill is going to trade things back. Mike P.I. I think showing why they've managed to keep their death numbers low. But playing very cautiously, coming around trying to drop down the double barrels, but it's getting torn up. Still alive though, throwing out the damage, and Mike P.I., you absolute monster. 7-3 in this game, coming back straight back to life. I think using the particular perk to be able to do that. While Anonymous does manage to finally take them down. Bad Boys benefiting from this shotgun madness coming the way. Firing the rocket, doesn't quite finalize the kill, but there we go. Mike gets another one, 9-4, down to 1% health. But Bad Boys, they are going through crazy. 3% accuracy for Mike P so far, but that's not holding him back at all. As we see rockets coming down, but the red glare will only just be enough to take out Dan. We'll get traded back straight away. 3.5 minutes left in the clock. Kill switch still behind by 9. Bad Boys going to be trying to keep themselves up, but we've got Mike P just dropping down those rockets, making a field of fire for Kill switch to try and move through. Mike P getting those shotguns, both barrels going in, dropping down massive quantities of damage. Finally, Dan. But Kill switch is going to be able to take him down, but we're going to see Mike P coming back in, straight into the same place. He's going to go and try and get even more kills. 14-7 are definitely going to have the best score in this game. 23-11 so far. Bad Boys not having too much trouble at all in this game. Of course, Mike P still up top 15-8, way outstrips the rest of the team combined. Bad Boys riding on the shoulders of Mike P so far. It's going to have to duck back behind a little bit of cover. Can't kill everybody all the time. I mean, we're forced to reload it. It's going to take another face full of shotgun. Nice bit of rocket going around from the back. Close quarters fighting, not going to be caught out even while reloading. Still back onto the breach again, going up and going across, trying to look for another kill. It's going to maybe be a little bit too exposed. He's going to take a grenade to the face, will fall, but will be respawning straight away. Tommy's going to get one for his own. Bad Boys, 27-19. Kill switch looking very shaky in this game, very much playing the Bad Boys game. We're going to see more rockets coming in, trying to hit the ground, but no, this time round, Mike P doesn't manage it still. He's able to get the revenge kill, coming back straight back in again, looking to try and make it happen even more. And it's coming through even further. Bad Boys ahead by 11. 2 minutes left on the clock. Now by 10. Kill switch doing everything they can to try and stay this one. Pick up 2 more kills for themselves. Bad Boys suddenly getting a little bit of vengeance coming in from Kill Switch, but are still got a massive lead. 1 minute and 45 on the clock. Kill Switch need to somehow come back. Bad Boys getting a lot of support from the crowd, and Mike P.I. coming in trying to punish some of those melee kills, being locked into that animation. Not maybe the best of things. Bad Boys pick up 3 more kills off the back of that one. Kill Switch with a slight resurgence for a little bit. Oh, interesting. Support. I think. Oh, it's going to show my lack of game knowledge there. But yes, Mike P.I. benefiting from a few of his friends. Getting those extra shots. Using the team reloader. That makes a lot of sense to explain why Mike P.I. is being able to just do so much. Nice memeing in the chat, guys. I do appreciate it. You know, Anonymous taking out Tommy. Mike P.I. will eventually fall, going to be brought right back up again. Going to try and drop down some more rockets. We see the verb power being drawn in, trying to make a kill. But no, Mike P.I. What a monster. 27 kills in that game. Absolutely crazy. First game goes 50-30 in favour of Bad Boys. Whew. Alright guys, we'll take a little break before we get into our second game. Please do stay tuned. As always, we'll be back with you as soon as we possibly can for Game 2 of Kill Switch vs Bad Boys. Alright guys, thanks for sticking with us so far. We've got our next quarterfinal match coming up between Killswitch and Bad Boys. Last time round we saw some pretty brutal treatment being delivered by Mike P.I. for the Bad Boys side. Will we see on the museum for our second game of this particular quarterfinals the same thing happen again? Only time will tell. Let's drop ourselves across into lobby. And let's update our score because, of course, our Bad Boys have got that one in already. But it remains to see if the same victim of fate comes Killswitch's way. I believe they have been informed of the lobby, which is I've only just been informed of the lobby, which is why they aren't quite here yet. But while we're waiting, if this does end out our series, I believe, let's just pop across the bracket and take a quick look. Why don't we look together? I think we're going to be getting towards semi-final territory. Yes, so we've got a semi-final, I think, going on right now between Princess Universe and Skadoosh. This will Bad Boys and Killswitch and Tamea Laput and Est both still going on right now, but we will be doing the ending out the Facebook giveaway before too much longer. For now, there's not too much more to say, but we'll just wait for the players to show themselves. Just a couple more in there, and then we'll get ourselves started. You guys are seeing a lot of support for the Bad Boys in there. They certainly would put on a pretty impressive performance, though to be fair, it felt like they were playing a very sort of one-player centric strategy. You can see some of you guys talking about the rest of the team trying to support Mike P.I., which does make sense. Certainly Mike getting nearly all of the kills for the team, or at least the vast majority of them. But we have got the last few remaining members of Kill Switch coming in. One more will mean that we can get started on the museum. To quote Pro Noob, which team will exhibit the best in the museum? Oh boy, I think I screwed it up. I'll work on it, Pro Noob. One day I'll be as smart as you. But yes, Creed MC5. It does feel a lot like Mike's game, but perhaps a so one-player centric strategy can end up falling down if Mike PI can't perform. We'll see. It's been a very tough game for Kill Switch in Game 1. Perhaps they'll have better luck on the museum. Perhaps they'll be able to counteract the very harsh strategy the bad boys have been deploying up until this point. I'm going to keep an eye on the lobby and see if there's anything stopping these guys from starting straight away. But hey, please let me know in the chat. Do you guys think hashtag bad boys for the quarters to make it a clean 2-0, or hashtag Kill Switch to try and reverse sweep this series, starting with this game 2 on the museum? It should be very interesting. I mean, in that last game, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that before. But hey, it's all to play for. I'll just take a quick break for a second while we wait for these guys to set up, and I'll come back to you the second we get actually into the game itself. Ah, darn it. Looks like we've fallen victim to a little hiccup there in the lobby, and the game started without us. Yes, as Sunny Shikara is saying, those guys are already playing. It does sometimes happen if a lobby runs long enough. Sometimes the spectators end up kind of like getting a little desynchronized from the rest of the game. But we'll keep you guys updated as to what does happen between Kill Switch and Bad Boys. I'm going to check to see if we've got any other game. Let's see. Yes, I've got some information across from the admin saying that the just to clarify for any of you guys who are confused as to what was going on in the last game, it was that the Utility Core Team Reloader that was being deployed, which means inside the health crate's area of effect, friendly players take 6% less damage, and the magazines are refilled instantly. Also, while near the crate, you take 10% less damage. So there you go. That's what was being deployed there to allow for such fast firing, since I think it was catching us all off guard. So instead of spending any more time on that, let's get ourselves into into a custom game. I do apologise for not being able to bring you that last one, but yes, I can only apologise. This unfortunately isn't too much we can do about it, except give you guys a custom game to play instead. But yes, since that is kind of in progress, there's not very much more to say about all those kind of things. So we will finalise our Facebook giveaway. Okay, so drum roll please. And our winner is Samuel Nicholas. Samuel Nicholas, if you could put your platform and dog tag into the Facebook comments, if you're still around, I hope you're still around, then you will be the recipient of 500 credits a little way down the line. So Samuel Nicholas. I'm going to put that in here. So hopefully, Samuel, you're still around. And okay, phew! I thought for a second that my my custom game didn't have the right password or something. Yes, there you go. Great, nice job, Samuel Nicholas. I will get your details across to Gameloft. Facebook. Excellent. All right, so ESL 123 will be your pass key to a team battle on the canals, while we wait for Killswitch and Bad Boys to get everything done. So yes, so as we witness, I think for the first time, a team really taking advantage, Bad Boys, of the ability to just fight like crazy in one area. I think Killswitch just didn't really understand what was going on, honestly. I think a lot of us didn't either. But great use of that team reloader utility core. Of course, if the fight had gone somewhat further away from where it was starting, then it would have gone a lot worse for Bad Boys, but I think Killswitch just didn't realise quite what was going on. We're just eating some peas, as you do. Alright, so Loke is woke and return to action. I think we've got a 3-on-3 so far. Of course, Loke being in high demand. Yes, if we get a couple more people in, we'll get started on our game here. Looks like we got 4v4. Alright, let's not waste any more time. And let's take to the field for some 4v4 Canals team battle. As always, ESL 123 will be your pass key into things. Marion Akins, hey, nice to see you there. Bye, Zendo. It doesn't matter what you say as long as you throw up the quack. Alright, alright, alright. To quote Haxel, let's see how it goes. I love Luke's little icon of a turtle with a tank turret on the back of it. And let's get the game sounds back in again, and let's get that music off, because all the music we ever need to hear is the sound of gunfire. Alright, Flexus. Bradley Styles, you just learned about the giveaway. Oh, Bad Boys won. Okay, I can completely believe that, Sandy Pam. Oh, I see. The what if you, I guess. Oh, that was low. That was a really nice grenade throw. I didn't connect with anybody, but I love the ricochet. Love the bounce on that grenade. Very clever. Just goes to show, there's other players, and then there's Loke. Not that perhaps we're talking about Loke a little bit too much, but honestly, what a guy or girl. I have no idea. Amarian Akins, you were the first person to say bad boys. Well, you will not be the last, as if this intel is correct, then we're going to have a semi-finals coming up. But while we're waiting for that, we will get, of course, as much Canal's team battle action as possible in. Let's see who's leading the red team to victory right now. It's going to be Creed with those 2 kills, rocking the night icon, looking to try and make it night and day from the previous game. Yes, in regards to the previous game, I think everyone was a little confused about seeing a new core really being deployed to maximum effectiveness. There's nothing at all wrong with players reporting to admins if they see something which they think could be potentially bad news. Of course, our admins will make sure before taking any action that they have investigated the issue properly. So in this case, it's a learning experience for all of us involved, and a great play from Bad Boys just to take advantage of this new techniques before anyone else has managed to. Still, I have to imagine it's going to change over time, though I can't really see that changing in the course of this tournament. Perhaps the opponents of the Bad Boys will try and keep away from fighting in that one confined area where they really benefit. We are going to have Bad Boys taking on Tamer Lapute shortly, but for the time being, let's keep things rolling in our custom game. I'm not sure why I'm speaking like a ghost, but hey, I try not to ask too many questions. Death doing pretty darn well for themselves in this game. I don't think they're the #1 though, no. It's someone else with a very similar icon. Oh, hello. Nice. Getting work done with the Firecracker. Down to 1% health. Still deciding to go in and fight anyway. Not messing around whatsoever. We've seen some players do really well deciding to fight even when it doesn't honestly feel like the best of ideas, but perhaps just catching the opposing team off guard with such a level of aggression that it can be hard to deal with. We see nice switch out of weapons, but Ninja Boy gonna be able to take advantage of that momentary window of opportunity to get a right shot in the face. And another great lesson in tactics: don't change your weapon just as going around the corner, because you might run into someone you don't like. That's my contribution tactically in this game. Still, also, just shooting people in the face seems to work pretty darn well for this particular player so far. Oh, interesting. Bradley Stars saying that they got some hot new information about this tactic. Perhaps we'll start to see more teams taking advantage of this team reloader. It seems very, very strong, particularly in the maps where you can really force fights in very confined areas. Though I do wonder, once teams are more aware of it, if it will be anywhere near as effective as we saw today. I honestly don't think so, but that was a very quick custom game. Jeez. Firecracker and Jedi, of course, seeing a lot of play. But Loke coming out big for the blue team. We need one more player. I think we'll just run through to another custom game, see if we can get it done. So hopefully we're not just causing people confusion again. And we'll actually see some votes through to the next map. There we go. Oh, we're going to go back to the canals again, apparently. I'd imagine at some point during this next one, we're going to be seeing... we'll be dropping out to do our next match between Bad Boys and Tamer Lapute. But for however long we can, we'll keep going with these team battles. Once the semi-finals starts up, which will be shortly, then we will be starting our final giveaway of the day, which will be our YouTube giveaway. But that will not start as yet, so don't worry about it for the moment. and we will be drawing our winner for that at the end of our grand finals. Let's see, did any of the players stay in the game? Probably not. So ESL123, a great chance to get yourself on stream for another Canals game. It looks like we're just going to be doing whoever turns up. Might need to rehost if no one realizes what's going on. But yes, the last giveaway will be on YouTube. So if you make your way across to YouTube, give a search for Modern Combat 5, you'll be able to find the channel. And we do have our first punter from both sides. Quieto, yeah, well, every day is a learning day, and today we are learning about new tactics that can shape the future of Modern Combat 5, unless, of course, teams learn to adapt. Gaming Global, unfortunately, our Facebook giveaway has been closed for the time being. Only the YouTube giveaway remains, so if you guys still on the Facebook page, then please do make your way across. Marion Akins, I can never win a giveaway. Oh boy. Not with an attitude like that. There are a lot of people entering these competitions, and unfortunately it can be pretty tricky for an individual person to win, but hey, just keep cracking away at it, and eventually you will be rewarded. Speaking of Facebook, actually, I'm going to just make sure we're still running on there. That looks okay. For any of you guys who aren't aware, which is probably nearly all of you, the Facebook live streaming platform has a 4-hour limit on its live stream, so if we go over that, it will just shut off, which would be a bit unfortunate. Let's see. I don't know if we can actually tell exactly how long it's been going for. Oh wow, it is actually coming up on the 4-hour mark, so we might need to restart the stream in a little bit just to make sure we don't fall victim to that once more. And for all you guys on Facebook, we don't want to cut you off, but do be aware that we will be switching off the stream, off this custom game, just so we can start it all up again and close out the evening's entertainment. Alright, so back on to the Canals. We're starting to see a little bit more even of a game, though Death 6-0 in this game. Gross so far. Actually using one of the weapons I haven't seen so often. Working out pretty darn well so far, hitting some centre of mass shots there. Counter, he quack use hacks. Quack for hacks. No hacks found here today, as we see Loke picking up a whole bunch of kills in a hurry. The hope of a nation is the Loke of a nation. Still, Death actually outstripping Loke by a small margin so far. Loke running to keep up, but it's actually a pretty darn even game between the two. You are deleted, he's going to get taken to pieces. Death and Alonso are both taking kills for the red team, but it's a very even game between these two so far. Perhaps the teams have kind of balanced themselves out a little bit better this time around. As mentioned before, the giveaway for YouTube will begin at the end of this custom match, so don't worry about it for just a second. But in 4 minutes time, we will get you the code you need to enter in the finals, and then at the end, enter in the final giveaway, and at the end of the finals we will declare a winner. So, back to proceedings, because we do not have a password for our Bad Boys versus Tamer game as of yet. We'll see. So far, I'm pretty impressed. So, who do we have from the blue team? Honey. With the kitty cat picture. The icon of champions, you might say. By Zendo, you'd like me to give you some credits. If I had any credits, they would be yours. But I have no credits to give you. I can only recommend to or I can only inform Gameloft as to who won the competitions. I have no credits with which I can impart upon you. I do apologise for the disappointment that must now be coursing through your veins. Perhaps instead you can join in one of our custom games and win some respect from your peers, which is definitely more valuable than credits. Or at least, oh, hello. Never mind all that, because we've got a very even game in here, but we hope we can have a very even game out there. Let's get all these bits and pieces updated, because we have got our next game being set up for us. I'm going to go on a limb and say Ta Mère la Pute means your mother is a lovely person. And I'll get these guys' logos updated so they can be shown up on stream. Alright, that looks good. Calamity, thank you, my mum is lovely. You are so right. So right. Okay, over on the YouTube page, which I will get a specific link for. We will have our final giveaway of the day. For all of y'all. Let's see if I can pull up the particular video. Oh, of course, actually, just before we do that, I will have to quickly restart the stream. So please do stick with us. We'll be back in about a minute or so once we've got the Facebook reset again. So be right back and hopefully see you guys in just a moment. Alright guys, we should be back up and live again. So make sure our Facebook is back up and going. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, we are back. So apologies for you guys for that. One, that's just going to mean that our Facebook viewers will be able to carry on watching. Should be back and live. If you can hear the sound of my voice, I won't need to tell you to refresh your browser. Right, let's get ourselves back into lobby. For our next match between Bad Boys and Ta Mère. Looks to be that we'll be seeing Bad Boys on the blue And Tamer on the red. Let's get ourselves across and make sure all our bits and pieces are up to date. Shazam! 0 apiece. So this will be our first semi-final, well, between these two at least. I think the, yes, Princess Universe and Skadoosh will be going on while this is happening. So, keep yourselves tuned. Let's get the YouTube giveaway going, because that will be shown on the screen. Hashtag final. Hashtag final on the YouTube page. If you want to enter in for our final giveaway of the day. Looks like we have got a couple of Tamer players missing, but hopefully they're going to get themselves in very quickly. Otherwise we may have to have a forfeit for our semi-finals, which is not what anybody wants really to see. They have managed to get up to 4. One more player will get us started. Alright, looks pretty good from here. 5v5, taking to Scramble for our very first game. We'll see how they do. Let us know in the chat. Is it Bad Boys? Is it Tamer? Who do you think is going to come out ahead? As we've already established, Tamer, referring to the fact your mother is a lovely lady, and you should be calling her as soon as you're done with the tournament to say how great a job she did raising you. But let's not worry about our mothers for the time being, because we've got a semi-final to consider. Certainly not at all surprised to see a Bad Boy support coming through. We'll see actually if we can find, let's see, a Mike PI. So, we've seen how Bad Boy's strategy can revolve around Mike PI, making great use of the support class to keep him firing that shotgun. But with this map being a little bit more spread out perhaps, that strategy may be a little bit tougher to pull off. Nice aggression through the walls, stopping Bad Boys from just being able to hole out in this place as much as they would like to. Going to force some movement out, and it's actually going to end up with both sides taking that first blood more or less at the same time. Kamal Singh Shah, you are welcome for calling your mother lovely, because I'm sure she is. Oh, Tamer do manage to find a couple more kills coming in, forcing out some action from Bad Boys. Now it's going to be 3 apiece. We saw a very slow start to the game, and now we're seeing everything breaking to pieces. Mike PI being brought back up for a few seconds more, but it's now we're going to have to fight on multiple different fronts. I think this may be Mike PI just manages to stay alive for the bearers. The Martians dropping down in the mine. Actually ends up killing themselves with their mine. Oh, that's a bit embarrassing. Bad Boys going to have a small disadvantage against Tamer. But it's been a very explosive start to these. Bad Boys do manage to even things up with nice shotgun work. Of course, Mike PI going to be able to keep those shotgun shells flying thanks to his support. But will Tamer have figured out this strategy? Charisham and ESL going to be able to take themselves out with their own rocket launcher. Not the best of strategies, but we do see shotguns and more grenades coming in, meaning that Tamer managed to get things started. But again, we looks like Bad Boys are going to go back to the well once more, trying to revolve their strategy around Mike PI, but Mike PI taking a lot more deaths this time around. Does manage to shotgun off Nia's feet, but still even Stevens between the two teams. A great start to things in our semi-final. But Tamer honestly not showing any fear in the face of the unlimited shotgun technique that Bad Boys are bringing to the field. Your YouTube's not showing anything. Interesting. I'll have a quick check over on YouTube and ascertain if that's still going. It looks okay to me. You might need to do a bit of reloading. If your stream isn't showing, reload. Yes. All you can ever really do is, if it's not showing, just reload the page. If it is up and running, it's just maybe hasn't picked up fully on your end. Phew. Mike PI does fall once more. So that means we actually are seeing Tamer actually doing pretty damn well, even in the face of this Gatling shotgun. Black so far being the big winner, 8-3, actually outstripping Mike by a considerable margin. But a lot's going to be resting on Black's shoulders this time. Mike PI actually with the most deaths in the game. I think it feels like Tamer have really got the number of this particular kind of strategy. But it's not stopping from Bad Boys from trying it over and over again. But still, it's very, very even because of having the two strongly performing members on Bad Boys compared to only really one for Tamer. Though it is a pretty strong performance, particularly from Black, but Black has to be part of nearly every kill. Otherwise, it can end up getting very messy very quickly coming from the back. I don't know quite what happened. That was a little confusing. I'm managing to penetrate the back line of Bad Boys, going very, very aggressive. It ends up getting the kit traded across. I don't even know quite what happened. Still Black back on the field. I think, honestly, it felt like there was a big missed opportunity there for Black. Managing to sneak their way through, access the backline. Yo-Yo with the double grenade kill. Very nice. Tommy using the verb power to be able to pick up a kill onto Black. And it's Bad Boys starting to build momentum as we come up on the 2.5 minute mark. Tommy does manage to take out San ESL. Bad Boys up 29-24. As we pass that aforementioned mark, Black going across that verb pad, looking to try and pre-shoot, not getting too much of anything, hoping that a member of Bad Boys would show themselves. But from what started out pretty damn strong for Tamer, it seems like Bad Boys themselves are being able to adapt. Potentially managing to vary up their strategy, which wasn't working terrifically well to start with. And now we're seeing many more verb powers coming in, perhaps replacing the shotgun in terms of allowing for some more medium range murder, as we see Tommy picking 2 more kills for Bad Boys, who've managed to really bring the pace of the game back to their favour. We do see Black picking up 2 themselves, but even with some pinpoint verb power, still not able to really make the difference, really kind of working around the outside of this fight. Oh wow, okay, Tamer suddenly breaking up. A couple of nice sniper kills coming through. Black's going to be able to take out Yo-Yo as well. 4 kills behind for Tamer, 1.5 minutes left on the clock, but nice grenade from Yo-Yo takes Black to the mat. Tommy, let's take a look over at Tommy, what Tommy's been doing, because they're 14-2 in this game, making great use of the verb power, looking to try and go head-to-head with Black. No, switching course, looking to swing round again, might end up getting shot in the back. No, still manages to avoid taking attention long enough to be able to get that kill and bring themselves up to 15, showing exactly how well just staying ahead of notice can be. Nice bit of pre-fire, but will actually mean Tommy will eventually fall. That's only their 3rd death of the whole game. Very, very impressive performance from Bad Boys, who've got that 4 kill lead, less than a minute left. The clock. MP is going to be coming in, allowing for Tamer to be really kept at arm's length. They don't know what they're heading into, but at the same time, Bad Boys still holding onto this back position, making their position relatively predictable for Tamer. It's going to be 6 kills behind Bad Boys, looking to try and make it up to 50 if they can. 36 left on the clock, 5 more kills separating. Tamer still trying to catch up, but do manage to pick up a small number of kills on the back of that, but Mike's PI with that magic shotgun of ultimate destruction managed to pick up yet another kill. Yo-Yo with 1 onto Malik as well. Bad Boys only 3 away from finishing out this game. It's going to be a very tight race towards the clock. Tommy trying to use the pistols to try and take out those helicopters. Not working terrifically well so far, but hey, there's still time. I'm not going to leave the game just at the last second. 3 more kills for Bad Boys. Tommy gets 1 of those. And there we go. Bad Boys take game 1 pretty darn nicely. 48-40. Whew, that was quite a rush. And that was only the semi-finals. Oh boy. Well, we're going to take a quick break while I rest my voice for Game 2 between Bad Boys and Tamer. Don't go anywhere at all, and we'll find out if the semi-finals can be swept by Bad Boys or if Tamer can come back. That's right, guys, it's time for another custom game. I'm just going to confirm this is actually the case, because it's I have received word that apparently the team whose starts with Tamer, their name did in fact mean something offensive, and not as I was reliably informed. Your mother is excellent at baking, cross stitch, science, any number of things. Let's go with your mother is excellent at, I don't know, my brain's not really working. Something which mothers are traditionally good at, or perhaps non-traditionally good at. Who knows? Yes, Aya, I think we did eventually figure out that in fact it was something rude, and as a result of that, the have had to abandon the previous match and instead go across to being a custom game for the time being. So that will mean that Bad Boys, I believe, are going to move themselves forwards. And your mother is an excellent person. Will have to depart for now, perhaps to return with a slightly more suitable name down the line. I don't want hopefully you guys who are speaking, I'm not sure if that was Spanish. It's only somewhat similar to Spanish. I have to check where their team came from to figure out exactly which language it was. Oh, French. Okay, it was French. Perhaps perhaps I'll come back with a more pleasing to one's eyes. But for now, ESL 1, 2, 3 will get you into this custom game. It's going to be zone control on the construction site. So far we have got 6, but I reckon we can get a whole bunch more. I'm going to have a quick check over while we're waiting for this to have a look at the bracket and see if there's anything particularly interesting going on there. Because I think we're pretty close to actually getting to our finals, and thus once those finals are done, then we will have our giveaway on the YouTube finalised. So Bad Boys will be our first finalists, Princess, Universe and Skadoosh competing for that other final spot. Why admin didn't do anything? Well, admins have done something now, and Tamer is delightful. Have decided not to continue with this tournament under the circumstances because they've had a talking to, and they have chosen to retire for the time being. Yes, Gaming Global Worlds, you do make an excellent point. We are on the road to finals. Of course, we're just killing a little bit of time while we get our finalists in place. Yes, and also, a friend of you guys who are just joining in late, the Mike P did draw a lot of attention for deploying this new strategy of using the instant reload combined with the shotgun to be able to make an absolute mess of things. So far, we've yet to see teams really adapt to that, but hey. Oh, Gaming Global World thinks it's going to be a Bad Boys versus Princesses in the finals. Who knows? Alright, looks like we're not going to get any more players for this one, so let's get started. You will, of course, be able to... Oops, I think I may have accidentally crashed the emulator. Alright, well, that's a bit unfortunate. Wait a second, I'm just going to set up again. Should just be a moment. Right, so it will be the same passkey, we're just going to get set up again. It will take a minute or so for me to do so. I do apologise. My emulator isn't always completely reliable. So let's see about getting back some zone control on the construction site. Let's make the passkey ESL 123 Oop. ESL 1, 2, 3, 4 for this one. Okay, that looks good. I'm not sure if the last custom game is still up and running, so let's just jump into this one. So, any of you guys who are playing before, ESL 1, 2, 3, now with a 4 at the end. Oh, Gaming Level World, watch the whole tournament, saw Princesses wrecking opponents and their contenders. I think you're entirely correct in that assumption. But we shall see if they do manage to make it all the way through. So any of you guys who are in the previous custom game, please do come and join. ESL 1, 2, 3, 4. Pro Noob, great to see you again. Whose name confused me a lot when I first saw it because I didn't really register the symbols in there as O's. So I just thought he was called PR MB. Which didn't make any sense to me, but now it does. Oh boy, it's getting pretty late, so you have to excuse me if I get more and more incoherent. It's 20 past 10, which is honestly not that late, I suppose, but I know for a lot of you guys in different parts of the world, it can get very late. I think some of the guys from India were saying it's really late where they are, so I do appreciate any of you guys who stuck it through. Great to see you guys still dropping in those entries for the last giveaway of today, which is going to be on the YouTube. As mentioned before, we will be doing the drawing of the winner at the end of the whole tournament, which won't be that far off at this point, because I think we're going to end up skipping ahead in proceedings a little bit. Looks like admins still have a few things to deal with, so while we're waiting, we'll get started. I think we've got a 3v3, which is enough to get started on zone control. You can of course join in with ESL 1, 2, 3, 4, even when it's in progress, and we'll get started for our next custom match. Let's switcheroo our music. So we're going to be taking to zone control, taken to a zone control game mode on construction site. As the name suggests, the way to win this is to control an area and not necessarily to get all the kills. There are 3 zones, and I believe there's actually 3 players apiece, so there's a good chance of seeing each of these zones passing through hands very quickly. I believe if you've got the most zones controlled, so 2 of the 3, you'll start to gain points, or at least... Oh, hello. That's how he gets the first kill. But if you do not control the most zones, I believe you will not continue to capture. So red team have got the initial zone, so they'll get a point, but as we see, the blue team's going to start turning that around with 2-2-1, meaning they're going to start ticking up at a much higher rate. I think the red team will still get some points, but it should be the blue team getting twice as fast. Alright, pretty darn even so far. I mean, this game mode can turn into the central point, in this case B, being just fought over constantly. But there is some scope for the teams to be able to sneak around each other and steal away the extra point. Let's take a quick look and see who's actually winning on the kill count so far. It's gonna be someone with a Japanese name who I can't even begin to pronounce. Doing pretty darn well, 5-2-3. Of course, certainly in a lot of these tournaments and in the iOS, we're seeing a lot of great Japanese teams and players coming through. I think it's very popular in that country, and the players generally have a very high standard. At the moment though, it's all 3 points in control of the red team, which means they're looking pretty darn good. I'm not actually sure offhand what the grand total is. I think it might be going by the bars at the top, about 250. But hey, we'll see how it goes. Perhaps the blue team can start turning it around, or perhaps it will only get worse for them from here on out as the red team hold on to 2 of those 3 points. Get those points ticking up. Start making those decisions which will bring them through to the end of the game. Blue team's starting to pick up a lot of kills, but kills don't get you points necessarily unless those kills are on points, of course, and you can then go and capture them straight away. Point A, as we can see, very, very exposed. but red team still holding ahead, managing to steal away that point A after some fierce fighting. Only point C being held by the blue team right now. And it's looking pretty darn good. We've got 4.5 minutes left on the clock. It does seem to be about 250 as the score limit, so I don't think we're even going to get that because it's not that uneven of a game. But still, red team very, very comfortable right now. And with a 12-6 player on their side, they have no reason not to be. Still, finally, we get the blue team starting to bring things perhaps back in their favour with the advantage as far as points go. But the red team trying to change that straight in a hurry, capturing point A, and apparently that was the score limit. There, so live and learn. It might have been 100, I think, possibly. And it just kind of went over in a hurry. But hey, that was somewhat interesting. I'm not sure. Let's hop back out. I think we should probably try a different game mode. That was interesting, but again a little bit one-sided. And I think it's one of those game modes that perhaps does lend itself a little bit to teams kind of taking over the game by its very nature. So perhaps we might stick to the modes which are a little bit less punishing for being behind. So I'm just going to load up again. I don't think we've got anything on the tournament side of things, so we'll just keep going with the custom games. I'll create a new one now. Let's see. Alright, free-for-all on the museum. That should be suitably chaotic. So going back to the classic, excuse me, I've got hiccups. For our next custom game, which will be free for all on Museum ESL 1, 2, 3. Let's see who the #1 player will be coming through, making their presence felt. It is going to be Pro Noob. Pro Noob, an always reliable person to bring in for your custom games and try and get things done. I see some Japanese players turn up as well. Have done pretty well. I think the first character is Power in that person's name, but everything else I have no idea about. I'm not even sure if I'm correct on the first one. So hey, learn Japanese with counterfeit. I'm going to say learn, I mean get confused by, and by counterfeit I mean me, because that is what my cast name is. In case you're curious as to where that came from, it was on a list of names that were available, and that's about it. Feel more than free to come up with your own exciting stories. Oh, Global Game Award. Well, there you go. We're talking about how the Indian watchers were up very late, and it's 3 AM for those guys. Yeesh. Let's exhibit some good skill. Pro Noob, I like your attitude. Full of happy thoughts. And oh, apparently it's going to be less Liz Fenelles Timerino. And that's probably horribly racist, so I do apologise to anyone with ears who might have heard me say that. But it will be finals time coming up very soon, so please do make yourselves known in to this free-for-all. In fact, we've got, I think, 8 people. Seems like a good place to start from. You can still join in once the game has started. ESL 1, 2, 3 being the passkey. But let's get ourselves into a game before our finals. Let's get started, and we close out the rest of the evening with our grand finals. Global gaming, global world. Adding in hashtags to ingratiate yourself is really the only way to win. But perhaps not. Perhaps it's reduced your chances. AFM, I think I would not, as I've said many times before, I would not invite comparisons between Haxor and myself, because honestly, I don't think I would come out ahead. Haxor is a delightful fellow and an extremely good, I'm on a Combat 5 streamer. and I'm very indebted to him for allowing me to cast with him on for the iOS tournaments. So I'm very glad that you enjoy listening to both of us, and I hope that we'll both carry on casting for a very long time. So we're spending a little quality time with Death here, who's 2-0 in this game. I think probably Hammer's going to be 3-0. Loke does take them down, of course, but Hammer doing pretty darn well. It's going to be quite hard to find them in all of this because I think they've there's a lot of people with the same icon. Here we go, 5-2. Not bad, not bad. But we have got our first passkey for our Grand Finals, so let's not mess around anymore. And let's get ourselves moving. It is, of course, going to be a final game. Let's get ourselves into the lobby as fast as is humanly possible. So, for any of you guys who haven't been keeping up with the standings, Bad Boys are going to be in the finals, and they're going to be in the final with Princesses Universe. I don't know why they speak like spoopy ghosts, but they do. Now, a lot of you guys are excited to see Princesses play again, and you will get the opportunity in not only another match, but a best of 5 against Bad Boys. Creed MC5 see is throwing out some support for the Bad Boys. I think these are two very popular teams, so it should be very exciting to see how this one does play out in the end. Let's get all of the heaps of deeps. Let's get all of the stuff on stream updated, because we've got a new challenger appearing. Well, I say a new challenger, we've seen them before. But don't ask too many questions. Blah. For any of you guys in the chat who would like to do some investigation, I'd be curious to know what Princesses Universe refers to. I'm assuming, going by the fact that their picture is very high quality, then it's some sort of album cover maybe? So maybe it's someone's album. But whose could it be of? Only you can find out. I can possibly Google it myself. Alright, Princesses Universe are going to be playing on the red side for game 1. Bad Boys over on the blue. The Bad Boys in blue. Yes, as Creed MC5 put it very well. Both Princesses and Bad Boys have very good strategies, which we've seen so far on the stream. I'll be fascinated to see how that comes in. Kamal Singh Shah, I'm a real savage. I don't know if you're talking to me or someone else, but I hope it was me, because I may have accidentally been savage to someone without realizing it. Or maybe I did it on purpose. Oh boy. Global Gaming World, you did in fact predict correctly that these would be the finals teams, or the final teams. Do bear in mind, guys, that you only need to enter in hashtag final once. Entering in multiple times will not increase your chances. In fact, why don't we just put ourselves across to the game so we can see what's going on for ourselves. So as you can now view with your very own eyes, we are missing some princesses. Perhaps they are in another castle. Perhaps there are other more incredibly tired jokes I can make in regard to that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yes, if you ever get the chance to make jokes about princesses, do not make that one because that's really terrible. And terrible in a kind of like a kind of way rather than a kind of way. If you know what I mean. Looks like ESL Sultan is with us in the flesh. Global Gamer, well, I hope you too can laugh like a crazy person. Oh, hello. Hello, hello. We're starting to see some more people turning up. We may have had a similar situation to before where just some of the other players were hanging out in a different lobby, didn't realise they weren't in the right place, and are now being pulled across by the magic of our delightful admin. Ooh, excuse me. So one more princess, and well, two more princesses, and then we'll be good to go. And there will be only 3 minutes left for the remaining princesses to arrive. Looks like we've got one more, and we'll see an actual final here. Would of course not want to have any kind of administrative decision to go against princesses here because that would be kind of lame. What's my prediction on this one? I just can't shake the feeling that the princesses, as long as they can actually play the game with all their players, that they're going to somehow manage to win it out. But bad boys have been pretty terrifying so far. The kings of, or rather the kings and queens of either side of the bracket, princesses looking to try and make a name for themselves. Bad boys still doing incredible things themselves. I really hope. I'm not sure who the second spectator is. That's a good question. Let's have a look. Oh, of course, it's going to be ESL Sultan. Yes, ESL Sultan is one of our admins working today, working his darnest. Yes, I think he's also around the Indian area of the world because it's 3 AM for them as well. You can see by his little grumpy emoji face that Sultan's a little tired and hoping to get to sleep. We're all going to get to sleep hopefully soon. Finally, gosh. Final princess has arrived. Artfully late as always, and we're going to get ourselves started. Yes, let's all to celebrate the start of our grand finals. First of all, we'll be taking to the streets, possibly for a dance-off. I can't really confirm or deny that will be the case, but at least a dance of death between the two. Bad boys over on the blue team, Princesses Universe over on the red. Bad boys the first one with boots on the ground. Tommy will be keeping an eye on. Neos the Gamer, hey, nice to see you over on the Twitch page. I think most of these guys are over on the YouTube right now because of the giveaway. It's 3 in the morning in India. I have a lot of gratitude for you guys staying up this late. Honestly, I'm kind of feeling very sleepy right now, and it's not remotely the same kind of time in England. But hey, much respect to you guys. But enough about respect, it's about ultra-violence. As bad boys and princesses both managed to lop off 3 heads each to start it off. Looks to be a more considered pace of game, but Tommy's going to find one with the verb have. Perhaps not the best scouting or the best strategy to go in by yourself before victimhood. Oh man, words fail me. Becoming a victim too quickly for this game to really get anywhere. Let's see. I don't really know what Tommy's doing. Let's go across to someone who's a little bit less confusing. Yo-Yo, 2-1 in this game so far. Let's see how the princess is doing. I like this little doggy icon, so let's follow the screen for a little bit. 2-2 in this game, but not a bad start for bad boys. Still way too early to really call any kind of endgame here. But Princesses are going to be fighting from behind for at least the time being. Not the best of starts to have your best player also be the one who's having just as many deaths. You need to get some more of these clean trades coming through. That big shotgun from Mike P getting shut down. I almost want to call it the... Oh my god, they turned their back on Mike P and that was a mistake. I believe having the perk allowing him to respawn in place, coming back with those shotguns and making an absolute mess of things. Great strategy from Bad Boys, which we've caught everybody off guard so far. Theum 2140 where you are, I envy you your early-nosity, because it's 2240 here. I'm not even sure what's an hour ahead of the UK. Sorry, an hour behind the UK. Oh, curious. Anyway, Bad Boys have the 1 kill lead. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Still pretty darn considered. We do see Scream going in. Gonna get a little bit cheesed out by that radiation. Gonna have to walk away, but it's still now back to 11 and 11. Gaming Global thinks the Princesses win if they can break the camp of the Bad Boys. I think that's entirely possible. As we do see Mike P getting taken out once more, but Mike P again comes back to life, goes at it with a shotgun, gets 2 kills, making that kill worthless, honestly. And another kill putting Bad Boys into the lead. We are in game 1 of our grand finals. 4 minutes left on the clock for Bad Boys to try and cement this lead and try and make sure they go ahead 1-0. Every kill in this game mattering immensely, and a lot of them are going across to Mike. We'll see if we can find Mike actually, because they are pretty gnarly. Oh, I think they're actually dead. No, they're down to 35. Oh my god, that shotgun of absolute terror. Hopefully it doesn't leave you guys too worse off. We see Mike PI coming back to life straight away, but this time Princess is able to realise what they need to do, falling back from Mike, not just falling victim to the quick resurrection and shotgun spam that has worked out so well so far. 11-9. It's feeling like the Princesses have kind of figured out about halfway how to deal with Mike PI, but the rest of the Bad Boys are still keeping up the pressure. Mike PI is going to fall and it's going to be forced to respawn back in base, so the strategy not working this time round. And the Princesses managed to pull them up with a very small lead. Mike PI getting a face full of drone, perhaps a little bit caught off guard by that, is able to reduce it to ashes with the use of the rocket launcher. Still, Princesses hold on to the tiniest of leads, 2.5 minutes on the clock. Bad Boys looking around, looking to see if they can make Mike work. Of course, the rest of the team are going to follow up, but Mike PI is going to fall. He's going to come back to life straight away again. But it is actually Princesses building up a lead, starting to really get a grasp on how to deal with the Bad Boys. Fairly unique strategy. I think we're going to see, yep, Mike PI comes back in again, but no, the reload coming in from... And that's such a mistake to do that in front of Mike PI. They can't... There's no second to take your eyes off him. 1% health is going to be the lure for that mine. Grenades coming left and right, but the Princesses still manage to stay ahead by 1. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. What do you guys think? Will the Princesses manage to take away this game 1 despite the very potent strategy of the Bad Boys? Ahead by 2, 1 minute 30 coming up. Honestly, I'm amazed considering how much... ooh, there you go. Mike PI does go down and comes back up straight away, but of course... the Princesses are going to know exactly where they are, trying to use those rockets long range, but no, Mike PI goes on again, going to respawn again, trying to get into close range. Yo-Yo with a couple of kills coming through. Princesses starting to go him alive a bit, but what's this? The Princesses is not taking care to pay attention to Mike. Mike's of course going to be snapping back up into position. Princesses push right back against the edge of the map. Those rockets are going to make it very hard to function. Princess is going to be almost forced through. Mike PI managed to pick up another kill, but Princess is attacking the back of the Bad Boys, looking to try and pick up some of those easier kills for themselves. Naruto Uzumaki, it's so unfair. Honestly, I'm not sure. The Princesses seem to be adapting to the Bad Boy strategy pretty well, though it feels like the memo hasn't quite gotten through to a couple of the members who are still turning their backs on Mike PI after killing them. But now we're starting to see more kills coming for the princesses. We see Mike Pi almost going down to 44. No, does fall down in the end. Princesses managed to pick up another kill, but of course they've got the chance to turn it around. Mike Pi coming from the back. It's getting their shotguns in. Nice rocket. Secures the kill. Princess is only ahead by 3 now, but there's some rockets of their own coming through. Princesses with a huge slew of kills. Now up to 41 to 37. Bad boys. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. They're going to need to find a whole bunch of kills in a hurry. Princesses, though, actually managed to extend their lead in the last 3 moments. 4, 3, 2, and another kill comes through from both sides. Princesses take game 1. What a performance. Bad boys' strategy almost worked once more. Mike P, the center of attention, but ultimately didn't do enough to secure the win with 18 deaths to go along with those 17 kills. We'll take a short break before our game 2 of our grand finals. Don't go anywhere at all, and we'll be back as soon as possible. Alright guys, as you can see, we've just got the last princess player in. So, oh hello. Immediately we just lose one of the other members. So, that's a little confusing. So Princess is over on the blue team, Bad Boys over on the red. Princess is having it secured a game one up for themselves. So for any of you guys unaware, Princesses are going to be from the Russian Federation, and the Bad Boys, I'll just make sure I got that the right way around. The Bad Boys are from India, so they are up super late to be able to play today. In fact, I think both teams are up super late. Honestly, I'm not even sure Russia might even be later, which I give a lot of credit to. Unfortunately, I don't have too much information as to what's going on with this particular lobby. This is a very strange lobby that we're seeing here. We did have 5 princesses, now it's gone down to 4, and then we had to have 5 bad boys, and now it's banned to 4 again. I can only assume that they may have walked off together. So, not the start to our grand finals we were maybe hoping for. Hopefully we can get that resolved as soon as is humanly possible. Of course, as always, our admins are working their darndest to make sure that we do get a actual finals, because we wouldn't really want to have it done on a technicality, but it's sure taking a long time. Fortunately, it's not really helping the case of Bad Boys that one of their members is also missing. But we'll see how it goes. I have no idea why one of the Bad Boys players has left at this point, considering that there is a possibility of having an administrative decision at this stage, but we'll see how it goes. I'll keep you guys and honestly, you'll have nearly all the information I have just by looking at this screen yourselves. Princesses are going to be up 1-0, but both teams seem to be missing a member. I have no idea what's going on there. So that's a little strange. I'm not sure. I saw you guys saying do the 4-4. I don't think that, unfortunately, that's really possible under the tournament rules. But that might explain why one of the Bad Boys players left. I will have to wait on... Okay, apparently I've DC'd, so I'll have to rejoin. I think that's going to be because of the length of time we've been waiting. There we go. Looking at the player numbers we've actually got. All 10 players. Phew! That is a relief. I'm just joining in again now. Go over to the spectate. Excellent. And let's get back into things. So, I do apologize for the delay. I'm not sure how much of that was lobby kind of timing out, as mentioned before. With a long delay on the start of the game, I think sometimes the spectator does sort of desync. So, back to what we were getting on with, as we take on to the second game of our grand finals. Princesses Nation taking on the Bad Boys. Princess Nation going to be up 1-0 as we go onto the construction site for another team battle in this best of 5 final. Princesses going to be across on the blue side. Yep, that's right. With the Bad Boys over on the red. Will we see another strong performance from the Princesses, or will we see the re-emergence of Mike and his magic shotgun be the decisive factor once again? Oh wow, okay. Well, Princess is starting off this game right, picking up the first blood. Not a bad way to start at all. Of course, we still yet to see the Mike conundrum fully solved by the princesses, who've managed to more or less find some ways of dealing with that resurrecting infinite shotgun technique, but have to be very careful. I imagine at longer range, the princesses are going to stand a better chance against that if they can keep Mike pinned down. Because there is the problem, if you respawn in the same place, then sometimes the reason you died the first time round will still be there. Another kill does come through for the princesses, 2-0. 6 minutes left on the clock. We see the trade of kills. Mike finally gets on the board. Mike does get taken out straight away. Yo-Yo going to go to get that kill back. Bad Boys managing to start off their hype train for the second game of the Grand Finals. All the hashtag finals to support these guys and the immense journey they've been on. Both teams on the completely wrong time zone for this kind of tournament. I'm honestly impressed that they both managed to get to the finals, being how tired they must be right now. It's just chronic. Scream trying to get a few Dread-Eye shots in across. I don't think it's quite ricocheting the way he was hoping it would so far, as we see a couple more princesses picking up the kills, managing to push them ahead, 7-4, 7-5 right now. Some long-range sniper battles going on. The Screen does manage to cut Yo-Yo strings, picking up a kill for themselves, keeping up that flow of Dread-Eye shots, keeping every area, especially the kind of corridors, very, very dangerous. So we do see princesses picking up 2 more. Let's take a quick look and see how the rest of the team's going. It's gonna be Physic. Oh, it is Physic, yes. Who's managing to pick up a lot of these kills. Let's see if we can find them. There we go. It's going to run right into the heart of the Bad Boys. I don't think you can really afford to go in blind like that. A grenade into that kind of heap of players would have been very, very strong. Oh, wow, okay. There we go. That's a whole heap of trouble coming the Bad Boys' way, who are trying to hold themselves right at the back in a group. It's working moderately well, but it feels like I think there's some Dread-Eye shots be ricocheting around. And honestly, so far, the princesses seem to have a pretty good handle on how to deal with the strategy. We'll see if that does continue. Oreo is going to be able to dunk Jinta Singh. Oh. We kind of remain in more or less the same place we've been for a couple of, or at least for a minute or so, as we cross the 4-minute remaining mark. Princesses seeming to have gotten more and more comfortable as time goes on with this new strategy that we're seeing the Bad Boys deploying. And oh, as Yo-Yo picks up 2 kills, the Bad Boys. Oh my god. Great grenade work coming through there for Yo-Yo. Living up to the name, managing to deploy objects where you might not expect. Princesses, of course, still have a decent lead. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. 7 kills, 6 kills ahead. Yo-Yo kicking up a storm for the Bad Boys. Will we see the Bad Boys managing to deal with this new threat coming in? It's not just the shotgun monster that is Mike, but also Yo-Yo, who's really stepping up in this game. Let's have a little look if we can find them. There we go. So actually going for a... Oh, no, there's actually 3 of the same icon. How confusing. Going for a different strategy than Mike, looking to try and provide some variety with the longer range to complement Mike's shotgun and RPG antics. We've got the recon aircraft going to be coming in. Princesses still remain pretty far ahead, and oh my god, Scream takes out 2. I don't know if that was with 1 shot, but it sure looked as like it was. Mike P does manage to at least get a RPG kill off, but the Princess is looking pretty darn strong, ahead by 7. 2.5 minutes left before they can go ahead 2-0. We could be looking at a clean 3-0 finals. At the moment, both teams kind of, well, I mean, the Princess is not really changing up what they're doing because it's working so well. The Bad Boys just seem to be going back to the same well over and over, hoping that it will eventually start working better. I don't know if this is the right move for them. I mean, they've got some very potent strategies, but they're going to need to try and build on it. As we see the Princesses picking up a couple more kills, pushing them up over the 40 mark. Only 8 away from closing out this game. 2 minutes left on the clock. Bad Boys. Yo-Yo going to run into a little bit of friendly shotgunning there. But Princesses continue to pick up more kills. Bad Boys yet to hit 30 in this game. With the MP strike coming in, Bad Boys could be vulnerable right now. Will we see a push from the Princesses? It looks like we will. Yo-Yo gonna go... No, I thought he shot wide, but actually not at all. Goes down to 16%. A very close trade. Princess is only going to hit 6 more, and that's one of them. That's 2 of them. Bad Boys do manage to get one of their own. Mike P with that old reliable shotgun, still trying to make it work. Oreo is going to drop out for the time being as the Princesses look to try and get those final 2 kills. Final 1 kill. Scream doing wonders in this game. With the cute little loggy icon. This Dreadeye has been a monstrous addition to the battlefield, but it's also physic with those 14 kills as well. Huge numbers coming for Princesses, and that will put them 2-0 in the finals. Stay tuned, of course, as we come back for our 3rd game as soon as we possibly can. The chances for Princesses Universe from the Russian Federation to try and put Bad Boys to bed from India. I think, honestly, both teams would really need it, but only one will become our champion, coming up very shortly. Alright guys, we know you've been very patient waiting for this third game. I think it may have had another issue with timeout in the spectator, but that's not to be worried about right now because we are going to be heading into our third and potentially final game of our grand finals taking place on a Scramble. Princesses are going to be over on the blue team. Bad Boys over on the red. And let's see how things go in our grand finals. Princesses, again, starting things off right, picking up the first 2 kills of the game, 7 minutes separating them from the potentially the end of our grand finals. Mike PR getting taken out very quickly. Up 6-4 in favour of the Princesses. Our Bad Boys going to be coming back. Of course, as you can tell from looking just at the numbers at the top of the screen, Princesses ahead by 2, Bad Boys with 0 in this best of 5 competitions so far. So far, it's going to be Scream up the top for the Princesses. Mike PO having some more success this time around. It felt like for a while that Mike may have done as much as he was going to, but no, so far. He's go back to the shotgunning machine that the Bad Boys going through and actually managing to take a lead. Perhaps getting a little bit too comfortable being up 2 games, only having to win 1 more. Bad Boys going to have to do a reverse sweep to take our finals here today. Still, Princesses are starting to pick up some kills, perhaps realizing if they just stay away from Mike that they won't fall victim to the infinite shotgun technique. Mike almost turning this shotgun on the teammates, but it's actually going to be Princesses who managed to take control of that room that Bad Boys have been hanging out in for quite a while time. Physics is going to be able to pick up a couple more, bringing Princess back and actually putting them in lead up 21-19. Mike PR just trying to keep those shotgun blasts going. But unfortunately, it's not working out quite as well as it has. Rocket's going to be fired from short range. Scream going to be able to pick up onto Yo-Yo. Mike Pierre going to be able to pick up onto Mike Nab as well. Nice knife kill there coming out onto Physic. We have got a drop. That's going to be a player, I believe, from... Oh, not from either team. Okay, never mind. Princess is still keeping going up. 2 kills up. 3 kills. No, sorry, 2 kills that I can't count on the Bad Boys. Princess from Russia. I've checked the time zones and the Prince. You guys are right, the Princesses do have the advantage time-wise. We see more kills coming in. It's only 1:30 in the morning in Russia right now, whereas 3:30 for India. So Bad Boys really going to be struggling against the fatigue in this game. Mike P going to be able to pick up a kill there. Princesses still in the lead despite a very strong start for the Bad Boys. Scream and Physics both being able to pick up kills there. They're going to try and push this one really far forward. Scream up now to, let's see if we can find him, down to 19% health. Goes right into a fight again and manages to take out Yo despite being on 19% health. Very impressive so far. Honestly, no complaints at all from the Princess lineup who are ahead by 7. Scream's going to be able to fall a little bit victim to that shield. Almost down to 1% health. Will not make it to cover in time. Princess is only ahead by 6 right now, but 9 more is all they need as Yo-Yo picks up a couple of kills. Nice verb power use there. Scream doing absolute work and a couple more kills coming the Princess's way. Only ahead by 5. 3 minutes left on the clock. Mike is quite a player. I think that's an entirely fair assessment of their skills. In fact, let's pop back over to Mike if we can find them. Yo-Yo, that's not the one. There we go. Mike PI with that infinite shotgun technique, managing to secure 2 in a hurry. It's going to fall down, but will be right back up again. Fortunately, this time round for the Princesses, they do manage to break away just in time. But we've got more kills coming in. Mike is going to come back to life again, but again, it's going to be the Princess is learning to work around it. Mike Nab is going to be taken down. Mike is also going to take that BRM, but it won't be enough. The Princesses have done it. They are your winners for this evening. Incredible performance against the terrifying Bad Boys. Mike PI getting the lion's share of the team's kills, but also the rest of the team not having the same level of success. Yes, Global Game World, you are absolutely right. Mike is definitely one of the standout players of the shotgun. Absolutely terrifying. I wonder how many resources were put across to making that happen, however. So we have your winner, ladies and gentlemen. A clean 3-0. Your Android 515 Open Cup number 16 global champions will be Princesses Universe from Russia. Commiserations to the Bad Boys. They did incredibly well, and honestly I would not want to face them on any other day, but perhaps that fatigue did tell in the end. And of course we do have to have our final winner to give away. So, drum roll please. And I hope they are still around. Let's see, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki, if you're still in the chat from YouTube, please do post your details. That's your platform and dog tag. If you are still here, I think there's every possibility you might have fallen asleep in the intervening time. But we'll give you a minute or two to respond. Naruto Uzumaki. I'll actually put that in all the chats. Yes, they were the crowd favourites, I think, certainly by the end. Princesses from Russia, really doing crazy stuff in there. Naruto Uzumaki, great. We've got your deets in there. And that will be it for this evening. Usually we do a custom games plan out, but it has run exceptionally late here, I think, for a lot of you guys. So, thank you all for being a part of it, and I will get those details across to my contact at Gameloft. Naruto, you do. Sorry, I didn't notice there. That I need your platform as well. So Naruto, could you post your platform as well as your dog tag, because there will be different dog tags with different platforms. Whew. Yes, I'll just... thank you guys for watching it during the cast this evening. My name's been Peter Counterfeit Huntler, just waiting for Naruto to put his platform in there, and then I'll close things down for the evening. Hope you guys have enjoyed the games and seeing what was honestly a really epic tournament run from the Princesses Nation. There was some laughter regarding their name, but certainly not any laughter as far as their ability to perform. What an incredible finals we had. To see him go up against the toughest possible competition. Hafiza, you're certainly not asking the right person for credits if you're asking me for them, because I have no credits to give you. Hopefully the Naruto is still here. He was just here, but I hope he didn't go offline immediately. That would be unfortunate. Oh boy, this will be unfortunate for him if he did choose to do that. I hope you are still there, monsieur. Naruto Uzumaki, please respond, because I'll be very sad if I have to give your prize away to somebody else because you just left the second that you're putting in. Look Gaming, thanks for joining us. and the global gaming world thing as well. Oh, did you say Android, Jordan? Okay, thank you. I missed that. Phew. Okay, in that case, that'll be it for this evening. Thank you guys for clarifying that for me. And Lexus, are you trying to mess with me? Oh god, I have to go up and look myself. Let's see. Yes, Naruto did say it was Android. Oh, yeah, cheeky. Alright guys, that will be it for this evening. Thank you for sticking with us wherever you are across all nations across the planet. Open Peter Counterfeit Panel, and the best of nights to you, and keep on playing. We'll be back tomorrow with the red and blue tournament. There you go, thank you Naruto for clarifying that. The rest of the chat did sort you out apart from one cheeky fellow who tried to mislead me. But yes, we've been put in 4 thirds and the final quack to see you tonight. I've been trying to quack in such a way as to make voices, but I haven't quite got there yet. So, and that'll be it for me. Catch you guys later.